many NPCs. And we're rolling. Let's do this. Confidence. All right.
Instant.
Instant confidence. Let me just get the music rolling. Man, get all this shit out of here. We don't need it. Okay, I'm going to just do a little zoom in over here. And then I'm going to do a little music over here. And I'll do a screen share in a second. I just want to make sure I got everything right. This has got to be like our forever start in the game sound, so I'll put this on.
Am I the only player that feels like my starting stats are like not the best? Like not the most ideal? I understand we might have some sad players, you know, single attribute dependent, but man, shit.
I'm on a gray, I have nothing to say.
Yeah.
I mean, I got a good stat and a dump stat, and everything else is pretty mid.
As it was wished for by the gods. Let's get to it. So, last session, you guys completed your climb to the top of Mount Olympus. Much happened along the way. Many great and marvelous things that will attribute to your legends, legacies you'll leave behind. Let's see, including getting lost in the mist, the Dryope taking off, this dwarf that you picked up after killing and burning the body of King Sariah, and taking with you the tooth of the dragon he claimed to slay. A bird came and told you to wait till the tears of Apollo fell, and then you will make it out of the mist. And so you waited until you saw a beautiful woman and a beautiful Leonian lion man, a creature of the Spartan South, walk by under shrouds of light, and you took this as a sign to continue. And continue you did, and it seemed that you were rewarded. You passed on through, where you met King Hyrius, who was a man who had a bowl and wine and instruments, and seemed to be hoping to please the gods through entertainment. You encountered the very next day some skeletal warriors that you set about defeating, but the kills were stolen by Queen Hippolyta of the Amazons and her three sisters, Antiope, Melanippe, and Pasithea. Hippolyta was pleased by Vasaliki's progress and told her that they did not wait for her because this is a walk in the park for the Amazon queens, and she would not rob Vasaliki of her time and proof of being worthy of the gods by letting themselves be her crutch. There's clearly tension, however, between her and Princess Antiope, the sister of Hippolyta, who scorned Vasiliki, and who shared that there was some tension there, born of a couple of assassination attempts. The party continued and moved quickly. Vasiliki, eager to prove herself worthy and perhaps even make pace with her mother, but it ended up being that you were helped up from the ledge by one King Amphion and his brother Xanthos, the two founders of the city of Thebes. And King Amphion showed you his beautiful lyre, given to him by Hermes himself, that had the power to build through music. And he insisted that if all goes well in Olympus and you all remain friends in the end, and whenever the gods decide that they're done with us, that you join together and you journey back south together, if that's where you're heading, and stop in Thebes and receive a sort of royal welcome to the city of Thebes, a great and grand place. It may not be Mycenae, but I'm sure there's no shortage of people who might have heard of the great city of Thebes, one of the truly prospering places in the world right now. Hell yeah. Next day came, where you guys almost made it to the very tippy top, but then an earthquake occurred and knocked you all off the side of the mountain. You were helped by three brothers, two of them identifying themselves as Sarpedon and Rhadamanthus. They helped you out to the best of their ability before it was insisted that they leave by the third brother, who goes unnamed, along with a woman who seemed to be accompanying the three. You all reached the summit. You all felt yourself moving past from darkness to light, from time to something else, and from the mortal plane to the glorious Mount Olympus. You have made it to the top, and you have made it to glorious Olympus. No longer the mountain, but the heavenly plane. Incredible. Let's see here. I'm going to get my doc out for your little ascent here. Here we go. It has been a couple of long days of perilous ascents through storms that, threaten to knock you off, mists, dangers, so on and so forth. The shriek of creatures in the mist and witnessing perhaps heroes fall. You did indeed witness that. A rather bold hero knocked from his high mountain, or from his steed, from his Pegasus steed. But now you are on Olympus, which spreads before you like a city of dreams, a place built upon clouds. And the very marble themselves seems to become solid and tall and beautiful from those very clouds themselves, as if the marble, the beautiful, spotless white marble, was built from cloud itself made solid. You see gardens with silver-leaved trees where nymphs walk in wonder. You see the air itself seems to hum with the music of beautiful lyre, the thrum of thunder beneath your feet, and the whispers of immortals unseen. You look around yourself and you see you are not the only demigods here. Standing around here at the gates of Olympus, looking up at this high mountain that is held by these marble pillars, by temples and places where gods may sit. You see many demigods around you. Many look very similar, some older, some younger, mostly men, strong, determined, battle-worn or not. Some thinner, some stronger, but there are some who stand out. There are elves, there are humans, there's even a minotaur and a centaur. You see a satyr amongst them all even, and countless more. You even perhaps, you even see who you alone, Candybus, recognize as the other Nixari on this mountain. You recognize the silent-stepped Nixari who you had encountered that one evening and told no one about, who sort of stands amongst them like a ghost.
It's not the same one.
It's the same one. Yep.
Oh, okay.
They all sort of stand around looking amongst themselves. And again, time is seeming to play loosely here. As you get here, a number of people that you had not seen behind you sort of come through the steps up here into the clouds, as if time is kind of spreading and thinning around you, and the gods are not meant to wait for these ascents. And you see the four brothers before you. You see the other people that you have met on the mountain, and people you have not, who sort of come in behind you. You're proud to know that you are not the last people who made it to Mount Olympus, not even close. It seems that the guidance of your Amazonian princess was wise to follow her leadership, as it seems that she got you here quickly and swiftly. It is at this time you hear from the top of the mountain the crack of thunder, but within the crack of thunder is a voice most present. A welcoming. Children of gods, scions of might and magic, you have climbed the sacred mountain and have braved its dangers. You have proven yourselves worthy to stand in the halls of Olympus. Do not stop now. Do not disappoint yet. Climb higher still and meet the gods as we sit on our thrones of gold and marble. Come forth and let us look on you with pride. Climb these last steps, children of gods. The thunder crackles, receding as if the voice itself brings the storm. You may suspect who that just might be. You climb with this little small army of
Contingent?
demigods, contingent of demigods. There's maybe like 2 or 3 dozen extra demigods here. Like and you're not the only ones looking around. There is definitely a level of like people looking around. This isn't necessarily a competitive thing necessarily, but nonetheless, people look around. Like I said, getting close to 3 dozen individuals are here of various backgrounds.
I will sprint to the top.
You start. You just take off. Would you 3 care to follow after Talenta Jones?
Oh,
Take
shit.
my time.
I'm still
AKA
Talenta
Romulus.
Jones. We've gotta get to the top.
I don't know if they're going to necessarily look kindly upon such haste, but suit yourself.
I'm going to just share the images of those 2 guys who helped you out. As a note, they're much younger than their pictures. They're like in their 20s, but these are the people regardless.
Roll 20?
Yeah, as a reminder, the handouts in Roll20, especially this session, where there's going to be a lot of people you're meeting, this will be the session to be in Roll20. Keep your eyes on Roll20. Okay, you take off. Candybus, you're like, it seems a little boastful to go charging off.
I'm dashing.
I'm dashing. I'm gonna look and see if there's any of the crew that might think to do the same as you charge off competitively. I'm just gonna say sharp. Like a couple of individuals take off. I think maybe 1 or 2 of Hippolyta's sisters will take off. I think you guys would identify Amphion and Xanthos, who kind of, as they see Romulus take off, not in a scornful way, but just like, good for him, I guess, kind of like in that way, he's excited, good for him. And maybe like a couple of other folks who charge off to keep up as well. But the majority stays in this kind of procession.
I think I'm going to instead of charge up ahead, I'm gonna kind of sneak off to the side and see if I can't get a word with the Nixari that passed through our camp.
Well,
You most certainly can.
I was gonna go talk to her as well.
Absolutely,
Oh.
absolutely.
By all means.
Yeah, she's being a bit, I don't want to say shy, but she's certainly a sight to see. I will repost her image. Yeah, you guys kind of run up to her. It's a dark image. I apologize for the darkness of it, but it's fitting. You run up to this individual who just kind of walks wispily, or wispily is what I mean. And you guys kind of approach her. And she turns. She acknowledges you, Candybus. She will say, "You made it to the mountaintop. Welcome."
As did you. You are a sight for sore eyes.
She then turns almost slightly, almost like a little rudely, not me meaning to, but almost like, okay,
hard
done.
to get.
And turns to you, Xanthos, and says, "I've not met another of my kind."
I could say the same. Well, at least I haven't seen another above ground.
How did you walk past Cerberus? I wonder.
Well, I happen to know that all it takes is a good meal, and Cerberus will look the other way.
She kind of like, you can't see her pupils, she has no pupils whatsoever, but she kind of like looks down like she had not ever considered feeding it. And she just kind of looks at you and says, "Most clever. Most clever. I simply walked while it slept." At to which point, Xanthos, you will look down and note almost like there's no sound whatsoever. But there's almost just like the ever so slight, just like little wisp of like black smoke as her feet touch the ground, and that they're completely silent as they touch the marble floor. She's barefoot, and there should be that foot on marble sort of almost slapping sound, but there's nothing. Completely silent.
Those steps are far lighter than my own.
You're not cloven foot, right?
No, but you know, I'm just a dad.
I'm just yeah, just a I'm just a boy. Okay, magnificent. She just kind of acknowledges you and says, she just says, actually, I think she just kind of stops. She's a little socially awkward, not socially awkward, but just isn't like, she's not like shy, but she's just like probably not used to having a lot of conversation. She's probably been, and you wouldn't know, Xanthos, you probably empathize more than anybody. She's probably just been an outsider her whole life and doesn't talk to many people.
Where did you end up settling down in the light of the sun?
Back alleys and streets of the Greek world in the south. I stayed in Mycenae for a time in Thebes, but dwelled from place to place, took food here and there where I could get it, and most would not know my comings or goings. And you? How have you survived?
Macedonia. I took time, but I opened up a tavern. And, well, the virtue of hospitality turns out to be a great way of protecting oneself.
She blinks like in just, she's a very mild mannered individual. She just blinks in what you expect is astonishment at your just like, I fed Cerberus. I opened a tavern. And she's like she never thought such a thing was possible. She says, I was nearly stoned to death in a place called Procopia to the south of Thebes for the way I looked, and you opened a tavern.
I had a dream, and I wouldn't allow it to be kept from me with spears, torches, and stones. But I would never win what I wanted through bloodshed. I had to be smarter.
You are far cleverer than I am.
We all find our ways to survive.
And we all made it here.
Still, a and guile require their own.
I wouldn't say I am that stealthy. I simply chose nights to walk. People don't see much in the dark, and I cannot be heard unless I speak.
And that, in the way in which you use such a gift, can be considered to be, well, wise. There is no one correct way in which to survive in this world. We make do with what we have.
She just kind of nods, like in a way that is like she is learning from you, like she's taking your, like not entirely in like a learning, like nodding, like taking your advice as wisdom for what it is. And she just turns to you, Candybus, and like looks at you and says, "And you made it to the top with music?"
Amongst other things, not just music, but I have my own skill set. Some people give dogs foods, others give a dog a bone.
What? She's just like, what? Yeah. Are you a dog in disguise, perhaps?
Some would say.
She just blinks at you. She's not getting the nuance of your flirtations. I'll say meanwhile on the steps, Vasaliki, you're walking up as the two gentlemen are talking to that strange Nixari girl over there. And, you feel a hand grasp firmly under your arm from behind you, and you kind of whip around to see your mother kind of pulling you into step with her. And she smiles at you pridefully. And she says, I knew you didn't need a crutch.
Did make it just fine. Earthquake notwithstanding.
You survived an earthquake.
Yes, I suspect I angered a god on the way up.
Do not worry, daughter. You can't swing a dead cat and not offend some god about it. She puts a hand on your shoulder. She says, I'm proud of you, little boy.
Thanks, Mother. That means a lot to me.
Now we come... Oh, go ahead.
How's the rest of your journeys?
Journey up the side of the mountain was... It was easy. I saw no shortage of supposed champions of the gods fall. But we Amazons were built for greater things than most men. We simply walked up the mountain and slaughtered what was supposed to be... Oh my god, I can't speak, I'm sorry. Slaughtered what was between us and the peak.
Well, good. I'm glad your travels were kind to you.
She smirks at that. She goes, now be stern. Be ready. You must prove to all here that Amazons are true blood. And whatever happens, remember, Ares is still your forefather. War is in our blood donor.
Never forget it. She'll I don't know, put like a hand to her chest to kind of signify that like she really means it.
Absolutely. And she sees you do that, and she's giving you a lot of, you gotta keep getting the expression of pride from her. That's your like smirk of like, right on, good. Excellent. You'll get a little bit of like, hey, how's it going? From your youngest aunt. I just try and say her name right. Penthesilea. Yeah, Penthesilea. She's like, it's good to see you, Vasaliki. You made it. Good. Your mother said you would. And she just pays you kindness, and says, so has your mother ever told you about who you'll be meeting up here?
No, she hasn't told me much at all. Ares, I suppose. Zeus, my father. But no, I suppose we'll be meeting many of the gods.
She nods. She says, well, we are the children of Ares. Myself, my sisters, your mother. It will be interesting to see what the gods have in mind.
Yes. Yes, it will. I'm filled with anticipation.
Keep your spear sharp, and remember, despite your other aunts, we Amazons are a tribe. Lean on us if you need it. Remember that, my niece.
Thank you. I'm most grateful.
She gives you a nod. Romulus, fuck you. Hold him back. Do you intend to, like, if you get to the top, like storm through the doors to the throne room, or like what's the plan?
Like a certain sequence that I'm picturing in my head that you might remember. I think the idea is to get there first.
And that's my question, like just to the door? Do you want to like run into the Hall of the Gods? Like sprint to the Hall of the Gods first and foremost? And I'm not trying to dissuade you. I'm just curious.
I think at the very least he'll be the first to open the door if it doesn't open for him.
Okay, fair enough. You will reach the top. You get up there. Make an athletics check. There's a lot of fucking stairs.
Okay. Uno momento.
Uno momento.
Shakayate. 24.
I'm just gonna do I'm gonna do the random DC roll to see if you beat it. 24 is fantastic. And you beat it. You kind of took off ahead of everybody, and you see these two Amazons chasing you. You see a couple of other warriors chasing you. There was a centaur. There was like a centaur back there, and you're like, oh, fuck, I hope the centaur doesn't. But you look back and there's no, because they're fast as fuck. They're fucking centaurs. But no centaur. So you're like, good. And you're because this is like a dead sprint up the side of like a pretty big mountain. And but you do get to the very top, and you are the first by maybe a flight of stairs, like by a decent margin. You come to the doors of the throne room, and you would see that the doors are how best to do this. The doors are open to you. Oh, I like this so much better. I just thought of this. Oh, years of doing this. The doors are open to you, and you look inside. I'll just say, like, for the time being, there's just like this fog. There's like a fog, and like a hallway with marbled pillars and lit braziers and like almost like you gotta like walk through the clouds to come to the truth of the throne room, but you know this is where you were meant to be. And you begin to walk through, presumably.
Yes.
You walk down the corridor of destiny. You see the marbled pillars. I'm trying to get a good angle here. Hang on. There we go. You see the marbled pillars and the torched braziers as you walk by, and the clouds sort of part ways, and then you see it. I don't like any of these. None of these at all. What would be a good song to play? What would be a great song to play even right now? Let's try this one. Nope. Let me get my Zeus track out. It's the only way to go. Go to album. Okay, I have it over there. Sorry, I just want to make it just right. I want to make everything just right. So, where's your track, brother? There it is. You step through, and you are going to see the Great Throne Room. It is like nothing you have ever seen before, and you are certainly the first to step forward. You see gilded halls. You see a magnificent throne room that has balconies with lesser gods, groups of beautiful nymph-like women, strong, mighty titanesses, titans, armored warriors of divine war. And you see sitting in many gilded thrones all around are the many gods. Slowly but surely, people sort of run through the mist who are catching up with you, and then the rest of the group, and you find yourself kind of snapping out of it as you are almost in this trance of just like awe for inspiration of what you have seen. But you are perhaps glad to see that there are some smiles on the faces of gods looking down at you, Romulus, as you are the first and most bold to enter the hall, and suspect it may have rubbed some people the right way. I'm gonna try this one. This isn't it. This ain't it. Let's try this one. Yeah, sure, why not? So at this point, all of you come through. The entire congregation of demigods comes through, and you are going to see the vastness of this hall. A towering, high interior, great windows that allow celestial light to pour through. You are going to see various gods, and I will describe them to you now as you make your way down the hall, closer still into the center of everything. Let's see, who do you see first? All right, he's apparently not here, which is dumb. Some of you have seen Hermes already. You see the magnificent and mighty god endowed in whites and, oh my god. Endowed in whites, wings coming off of his boots, celestial and divine and swift, and his movements keen. His eyes seem a little bit distracted as you all wander in the hall. He does not look at the demigods, he looks at something else. Continuing still, you are going to see adjacent to him a mighty god indeed. Storm given shape, massive clad in blackened bronze. You see what could only be Ares, the god of war, in his cloak of red color like spilled blood, his eyes burning with the red glow of battle fury, barely contained, as he even moves in his seat as you look upon him, as his feet simply readjust on the ground. The ground seems to tremble at his steps. The air, as you pass by him, smells of steel and ash, and his attention is also a little distracted. But he bears a frown of silence, that sort of frown of anticipation as you have just insulted someone before violence comes to you. Like you realize you have said something wrong and a misstep that will incur violence. It is that face that he wears that promises violence, but is just barely contained. He is there. Conflict seems to lurk beneath the surface. You would see, moving down the way, you would see dressed in just gold, the presence of Demeter. You see that she is like a field in the moment of planting, full of promise but heavy with sorrow. Her robes are green and gold, embroidered with grains and vines that seem to move of their own accord, as if the goddess is forever sown to the earth. Her hair is the color of ripe wheat, and her skin warm brown of fertile soil. But now her face is drawn with grief, her eyes dark deep as empty furrows, her smile rare and fleeting as spring's first bloom, and the smell of tilled earth and ripened fruit lingers around her, but dimmed beneath the weight of loss as her eyes linger towards the throne. Your eyes are all drawn across the room to see what she looks at. She looks at Hades, the lord of the underworld, who sits to the right of the two great divines in the room. He is like shadow given form, his presence heavy as the grave, yet not monstrous, merely inevitable. His skin is pale as ashen marble, untouched by sun. His black hair and beard are immaculately kept, falling straight and still as the air dares not stir them. His eyes are twin voids, deep wells of night, filled not with malice, but with the cold, unblinking patience of the earth itself. His robes are dark as the chasm beneath the world, and they shimmer faintly with the wealth hidden in the deep. Hints of gold, ruby, and obsidian line his robes. He is sitting beside his new queen. Luminous and strange, a contrast of life and death in one form most recently. Her hair falling like a river of gold and green, as if spring's first shoots had taken root there. Her skin is pale as moonlight, yet when she moves, the faintest blush rises in her cheek like petals newly bloom. Persephone's eyes are deep green flecked with gold, holding both her innocence of the maiden and the weight of the queen who rules beside death itself. It is the look of one who is uncertain, the look of one who has not yet learned to bear her weight. It is the look of one who seems imprisoned by nothing but social contract. Her gown is a wonder, black as the hem, as if dripping in night, but rising into pale greens and soft whites at the shoulder, as if spring fought upwards through winter's grasp, and a faint fragrance of pomegranate clings to her, bittersweet and haunting, you can detect as she passes. These are many of the gods, and you'll see many of the gods' attention turns, but I'm not going to sit and make you listen to my description of all of the 12 gods in one sitting. We will get to that, but I will say this. Many of the male gods, Ares and Hermes amongst them, have their attention to turn to one last god who I will describe at this time. None other than the most beautiful of the goddesses themselves. To look upon Aphrodite is to understand longing, to feel your heart ache for something just beyond reach. Her form seems bathed from the sea foam that she was born, her skin the softest pearl, her hair a cascade of gold and copper that flows like water, and a faint fragrance of rose and salt clings to her. The air seems to shimmer with heat where she walks, as if it anticipates her very move with readiness, and her eyes are fathomless pools of promise and maybe a little bit of danger. And even the gods themselves glance away lest they lose themselves in her gaze, but not today. It seems that there are many gods mighty in this room who look upon her with great anticipation, and she looks eagerly upon them as well. There's tension in this room. There's haunting lust in this room, and interest and curiosity. But you are here. Aphrodite sitting at the heart of radiance. Everybody looking upon her. Ares' finger drumming restlessly on the pommel of his sword, leaning forward as if to speak, his gaze fixed upon her lips. His breath quickens and he smirks. He carries a smirk that carries the promise of conquest. You would see Hermes, subtle as ever, whisper something in her ear that makes her laugh. The sound of a silver bell is her laugh, beautiful and just smooth and delightful to hear, a laugh that only fuels the other's envy. But there are other male gods in here who are drawn to lust with her, but we will get to that in due time. Low voices rise. Sorry, this is going to go on a little bit. Ares jests at another god in the room. You see the presence of a god that is tide given flesh. His hair and beard are white as the clashing waves, and his eyes blue as the endless open sea. His skin glistens as if fresh from the sea, and salt crusts the edges of his garments, which shift like tides around his feet. His trident gleams with the light of storm at sea, and when he moves, the ground seems to rock like a ship upon the ocean swell, that his very steps are earthquakes, and his voice is the roar of breakers, and his mood seems to shift and swell with the sea itself. His eyes are narrowed, his trident tapping the marble floor in a slow rhythm, as if imagining to claim Aphrodite as he has claimed the sea. And Ares looks across to him, who looks upon her lustfully, despite the fact that he has a beautiful queen at his side. And Ares says, "Uncle, are you not growing a little bit old for love?" And Poseidon sort of shoots a look at Ares and says, "Age gives experience, nephew. I wonder, will you fail as you have failed so many times with other mortals and goddesses alike? A hammer is not always the best way forward, especially into hearts. You are going to hear music seemingly grow louder over their discord. and you are going to look upon the most radiant of the gods in the room, most certainly. You are going to look upon one bathed in a halo of sunlight that never fades, his golden hair loose over his shoulders, and each strand seems to catch the dawn itself. His skin glows as if kissed by the sun, and his eyes are twin pools of molten gold, warm but consuming. A lyre resting slung across his lap, and strings strumming softly with the wind as if the air itself plays in reverence. And every movement he makes, his grace incarnate and his smile, may stir the hearts or break them in the same breath. And you see, playing a soft chord on his lyre, a tune light as the breeze, seems to be a soft one that he hopes perhaps might draw the attention of the one he looks upon, of course, beautiful Aphrodite. And Apollo's music grows louder, begins to drown out the quarreling of Poseidon and Ares, and Hermes' laughter edges towards mockery as he fans the flames between all this strife. As Ares and Poseidon sort of jab at each other, Hermes laughs at each of them in turn, which grows their fury. And Ares says, "Yes, it is too bad. It is too bad that you already have a queen, uncle. I wonder how she perhaps feels upon your stairs. I almost feel them myself in proximity." The court sort of is quiet with tension, Demeter sort of like shaking her head like, "Oh, the nonsense." Dionysus whispers something over to Aphrodite, who I'll explain in due time. We're going to skip him for now. But within all of this tension and all this longing and all this competition, it's a little surprising. You guys are all here and the gods are like bickering. And you're kind of like, maybe a little like, like we came all this way. And you're kind of, and it's in that moment that you see darkness clouds the face of mighty Zeus at the end of the hall. And he stands up and roars with the thunder. And he says, "Enough!" Crash of thunder over the court as all falls still and all falls silent under the wave of words from Zeus himself. Now Zeus is mighty. Towering upon his throne, his form is radiant and immense, his skin gleaming like polished bronze, streaked with veins of living lightning that crackle and dance across his arms, and his hair and beard are as white as the clouds that you all stand upon. His eyes burn like lightning, glowing blue and unblinking, and each gaze a storm contained. The air itself seems to hum with the charge of his presence, as if lightning could let loose at any moment, and the scent of rain and ozone follows him wherever he moves. And he speaks with a voice of thunder breaking, and shakes the stones of Olympus and the hearts of all who hear. And indeed, as he speaks, you can't help but find yourself sort of quaking under just the sheer volume and dominance of his words, even but for a moment, though you would wish to remain brave. Zeus looks around as if daring one of the gods to speak in defiance, but none do, not even the king Poseidon, god of fury. After a moment, he looks down upon you, and his voice quieter now, still with the reverberance of thunder, but not so much so that it is a storm. "This is a day for the birth of heroes, not the squabbling of gods." His eyes sweep across them once more, king, judge, and strong incarnate. And in the calm of his voice he says, "Let none forget their place." Solemn order returns. The gods chased. But Zeus looks down. He says, "Demigods, you have succeeded your first trial. Welcome to the mountaintop. And your second trial begins now. Win the favor of the gods or your divine parents if they sit upon these thrones before you. Let this be an age of heroes, such as the world has never known. I bid you all now take this trial, for you have survived the mountain, but now you must earn fame amongst the gods themselves. If you could earn acknowledgement of the divines, there is no doubt you could earn the acknowledgement of the mortal world and seal your legend in history. So go, prove yourselves. In the days to come, the gods will have feasts, ceremonies, dances, more feasts. And I am certain challenges of arms, many celebrations, many chances to prove your worth, or perhaps you will make opportunities of your own. We all wait in wonder to see what will be achieved. In the days to come, we await to see who amongst you is the most glorious. Prove yourselves, or leave this mountain if you do not have what it takes. He says, this is all. For each of you will have a place to stay. A room has been made for each and every one of you, in a bathhouse made down towards the base of the celestial realm. There all of you will congregate, and all of you may stay in your time here. With that, I bid us all return back to our place on the mountain, and all of you demigods feel free to travel where you will. Visit who you wish, for the homes of gods are many. Good luck. May you be the next hero. I will say this. There's something to Zeus's voice that has a sort of disappointment to it, and his eyes sort of flicking through each and every one of you. He does meet Candybus, Romulus, Xanthos, Vasaliki, and all the others, as if he's searching for someone in particular. And as he ends his speech that kind of began to roll on around the end, it's like he's not really here anymore, and he's... Roll an insight check if you want to try and figure out what's up with Zeus.
19.
19.
Yeah, 14.
14. Romulus, were you rolling?
Yeah. I rolled a 6.
Oh, okay. You're just like happy to be here. You're like, hell yeah, man.
First!
I made it here first. Let's go.
Yeah, first, you're last.
No place for second place. You are going to Candybus and Xanthos look upon Zeus, and he's disappointed. Like someone here is missing that he had hoped for. Now, what I'm going to give to you, Xanthos, that you don't catch Candybus, is this. Beside him sits his queen. Sits his queen, Hera. She is poised like a lioness at rest, still, but with the promise of terrible fury if roused. All of you see these things, of course. Her robes woven with peacock feathers that shift and glimmer in an ever-changing light. Her crown is circled with polished gold set with sapphire that seems to hold the entirety of the sky within it. Her face, perfect in its severity, beautiful, cold, and absolute, sharp as spears. And the weight of her gaze is like judgment herself. To draw her scorn is to feel smaller than dust. To earn her favor is to feel lifted on high. And she sits on the most magnificent throne, gold inlaid with sapphires to match her crown, and shaped like lions and peacocks, forged in fire and magic. And what you pick up, Xanthos, that others do not to merely look upon Hera, is that she sees her husband's disappointment. She sees his searching for someone who's not there. And you see quiet satisfaction.
Damn.
Zeus spreads his arms and says, Gods of Olympus, return now to your duties, to your splendor. Let the demigods come to you and let you set forth with all of the festivities and tests that you have already prepared for these demigods. Let it begin now, the second trial. All the gods rise to begin to sort of, not necessarily leave, but kind of begin to talk. Some of them begin to leave, but it's a loose, like, Zeus is like, okay, meeting adjourned, do whatever the fuck you want. People begin to sort of stand up. Some begin to make their way towards the door. Some of the demigods look eager to go talk to some of the gods. And then you see attention begins to sort of turn back towards the throne of Zeus. And Zeus kind of turning around. And you are going to see Hera kind of trying to stand up and not quite able to. She's like trying to push up in her anger, kind of looking around a little embarrassed. She's kind of trying to like stand. And she says, Zeus, I cannot stand. And Zeus says, what do you mean? Rise. She tries, she goes, I'm trying. She sees, she looks around and sees everyone kind of looking, and maybe a couple of gods like kind of like maybe smirking a little bit at her difficulty. She says, I cannot move. All can see this, release me at once. And some of the gods burst into laughter. Apollo, Ares, the bastard children of Zeus. Some of the smaller gods sort of like laugh. Others are like shocked, like Demeter is shocked, Persephone is shocked. Some embarrassed as to this insult for their queen, but certainly a different type of emotion sort of roil around. Some nice and some not so nice. And Zeus turns around to like the uproar of like laughter or shock or embarrassment and says, enough! Once again, the crack of thunder as he stands by his queen, and says, another laugh, another word would embarrass my queen. And you will find yourself not quite as comfortable as you are right now. Now. And he will sort of look to Hera and says, he'll kind of go to Hera and he'll kind of like try and help her to stand, and she won't be able to stand. Some of the gods with Zeus's back kind of like try and contain their laughter at the scene, and do, for people fear Zeus quite intensely, and he just seems to be, he's like looking it over, he turns around, kind of sighs, and he looks back to the assembled and says, who among gods or mortals will free my queen? She's bound to this throne. A boon I shall grant to any who can succeed. And he kind of gestures. In this moment, just the gods will assemble one by one, and try and attempt. Ares kind of tries to literally pull it apart, strains in vain, his strength not well. Apollo tries to sing to the spell to break it with a charm of dispelling, but even that doesn't seem to work. And mighty Poseidon tries to wedge his trident into the throne, but it does not break, not even under his great might, and cannot pry her loose. No one amongst the Olympians succeed after watching for a good half hour as god after god comes to try and help her free. None seem to succeed. Would any of you wish to try anything?
Yes. Okay, so just kind of mental recap, right? So
yeah,
she's like sitting in the chair in the throne.
Yeah.
And it's not like the chair is stopping her, right? But she just can't stand.
Make it maybe a perception or arcana check. It is your choice.
I will make a perception check. Nat 1 for
Fantastic.
a total of 0.
A nat 1. I guess I'll just say that you're distracted. Romulus, if you were not looking upon this scene with Hera, who would you say is your next? You know what? I'll give you one for fun. You kind of catch someone entirely out of place here. You're going to catch an individual, this like kind of like objectively really attractive young man who's maybe in his teens, like early 20s, late teens, something like that. Golden locks, thin, lithe individual, but doesn't look to be a god, doesn't even look to be a demigod, doesn't seem to have that kind of divine bearing, but he holds a craft of wine and is kind of off to the side, looking at the demigods with sort of interest and kind of like looking around, very much like a fish out of water. This individual just kind of standing kind of to the back behind the major gods, Poseidon, Hades, Zeus, and their queens. And it's just like, looks to be some kind of cupbearer, and it's like the only mortal here, like a pure mortal, a human.
Has the queen had any wine from this individual while we've been here?
Yeah, I would say if you look at their thrones, at the very least, I'll give you that. It's like they have like goblets or drinking bowls available. Maybe you haven't. Yeah, maybe you saw Hera kind of like take a little sip. You may have seen this individual even go up and sort of like serve wine and refill, but seems to be the exclusive cupbearer of like Zeus and Hera.
Is
You don't
Ares
know if that
drinking out of a
extend-
skull?
Probably. Yeah, go ahead, Xanthos.
Yeah.
We're gonna swap to Xanthos for a moment.
like watching, I guess that's the same thing. Romulus is like watching, like all the attempts. Is it like, can she move her legs like without having to, like if she's not trying to stand up, can she just like move her legs, or are her legs like literally just not working?
What seems to be like, and I'll tell you what. We'll call it a. Like you guys are allowed to approach and like examine the throne, and at this point, many demigods are. Make me an investigation check. We'll call it, or what else could it be?
I mean, investigation's fine.
Okay,
Any
sure.
of us or just Xanthos?
This is for Xanthos.
21.
Yeah, 21. You look her over. She seems to be like her butt kind of like won't rise from the seat. You also notice like while she can like adjust her hands to like try and lift or whatever, generally her hands seem to stay on the arms of the throne, and she doesn't like seem to have a lot of like ability to like kick her feet or move her feet around. And as you look closely, you notice these like chains, these spectral, barely visible chains that seem to be holding her ankles and her wrists to the arms and legs of the throne.
Huh. I will point those out to her. My Lady Queen Hera, you appear to be bound through arcane means. If you look closely, you may so perceive chains around your ankles and wrists.
She looks, kind of pulls at that, and she will say, "So it seems. Have you, demigods, some way to make it so that I am free?"
Sadly, I'm too low level to dispel magic.
Ares or Apollo will say, "If I could not dispel any magics, I am sure there was no demigod in this room who could."
I don't know if there's any features that could help here, but I really don't. No, it's even good just to text creatures, which would not help you.
Are they like corporeal? Like do they have like mass to them?
They look ethereal. They look like spectral.
Okay. Would a hand pass through them then?
Do you try and touch them?
Yes.
You reach out for the chains, and your hand does seem to wisp through them.
Who looks like they're concentrating very hard in this room?
Make me an insight check as you look around the room for such a thing. Such a thing.
16.
16. You look around for someone who is concentrating. Let's see here. I'm just trying to. Yeah, let's do this one over. Just so we have something playing. You look upon the room to the various gods. Everyone is at attention. The only one that you would consider to be like in any kind of deep focus, none of the demigods. They're all sort of quizzically. You see that there's an eagerness in the demigods to figure out this puzzle. A boon from the king of the gods. None of them seem to be, focusing with great intensity. There is one god I have not brought up yet who seems to be perpetually focused, in fact. You look upon An armor-clad woman who stands serene, robes the color of storm-washed marble, is sort of almost platinum white, over which rests the Aegis, a mighty shield that gleams with scales edged with serpents and crowned with a gorgon's head. Her hair is dark and bound in a warrior's braid, and her face calm and beautiful, but her eyes, gray as storm clouds, sharp as spear points, miss nothing. You could swear that she doesn't even seem to blink and focuses intensely on everything going around. When she speaks, but she hasn't yet, so we'll skip that. She seems to carry herself like a queen, but one who bears the weight of battle and counsel, both. She focuses with unblinking, stoic attention.
This might be hard to, do, but can I determine if it's the seats that is cursed, or if it's her herself?
Good question. Make me an Arcana check.
I'm not very good at these, but I'm rolling. There we go. 9.
A 9. Tough to say with a 9. I'm sorry to say. Tough to say.
Yeah.
Is there anything you would like to do, Candybus?
There's not a whole lot I can do to remedy the situation. So I think I might use this opportunity to maybe kind of slink away from the crowd. And is Aphrodite still in the room?
She most certainly is. She's sitting and kind of watching with interest. Clearly, Ares and Apollo and Poseidon are perhaps we're at the front of the line in an attempt to try and impress her. And now she sits on her throne. She would be next to Hermes. I should reverse them. But she kind of sits next to Hermes. And to her other side is a god who I have yet to explain, appearing younger than the other gods, much younger than the gods. You see a form that is sort of fluid and androgynous, draped in robes of ivy and purple, with a almost like a jaguar pelt over one shoulder. His skin is flushed with the bloom of wine, and his hair is as wild and curling, and his lips curve in a smile that promises either delight or ruin. The god of wine, Dionysus, the twice born, has the scent of grapes, honey, and fermented fruit following him, and his laughter seems to be enough to ease pain or invite madness, and his eyes are dark and bright all at once, as if they contain both deep joy, the deep joy of the vine, and the shadows of the wild. And Hermes and Dionysus sit to either side of Aphrodite and kind of whisper and carouse with her flirtatiously, and she sort of chuckles. And you wish to approach Aphrodite?
I do.
Okay. You sort of approach, and she looks at you. Very excited, very excited. Love Aphrodite, she's the best. She looks down at you, and at your immediate approach, perhaps to your deep satisfaction, you find your heart leaping in your chest as she gazes down at you. You see in her eyes vested interest, curiosity even. And she smiles brightly and says, "Hello."
Hello, Aphrodite. It is the greatest pleasure.
You know my name?
I do know your name. Of all the gods here on Mount Olympus, you were the one that I wanted to meet the most.
She sort of giggles at that. And she says, "Well, I've been interested to meet you too, Candybus. I've heard your prayers."
Oh, you have?
I have.
Oh, that is a great honor. And I've met Hermes here. I have not met this lovely god to your other side.
Oh, of course. Allow me to introduce you to Dionysus, the god of wine and madness and so many other wonderful things. And she sort of smiles at Dionysus, who looks at you, Candybus, and says, "Welcome to Mount Olympus. Candybus, huh? Why have I not have I heard your prayers?
You've heard my prayers?
Have I? Have you prayed recently?"
Perhaps yes, every night coming up the mountain I have. I don't know if you've heard them.
Of course, I hear my prayers. The prayers given to me. It would be very bad if you had not prayed to me, because we're here for festivities, parties, trouble, plenty of trouble.
I see. As is apparent, and I'll gesture to the predicament.
He goes, "Yes, indeed. And I have to say, Aphrodite, you are bringing a subtle charm to the room that has made a not so subtle sort of, dare I say, madness to some of the gods. Maybe even a madness to me, fair one." And Aphrodite sort of giggles at that as well. And he looks back to you, Candybus, and says, "So, can I rely on you to make all that happens here over the next couple of days fun, entertaining, exciting?"
I am all for fun.
Good. Good. We'll see if you can survive my festivities.
Oh, that sounds exciting.
Aphrodite says, "There is no one on this mountain who throws a more fun but dangerous party than Dionysus."
I hope I can find you there. If you're there, I am there.
And she smiles kindly too. And yeah, Dionysus and Aphrodite both seem to be interested in you. And I want to swing over for a second. Vasaliki, is there anything that you would like to attempt or try? Or do? Are you speaking? Oh, we can't hear you. Or I can't hear you anyway.
Yeah, I'm not. I can't hear anything.
Is this better?
There you go.
Yeah, great.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll be there while the other two are investigating the throne.
All right.
I'll ask Kara, who would have caused to do this to you?
She looks around the room at the various bastards of her husband. And she said, "No one who has any wits about them." And Zeus will kind of affirm that, and he'll say, "Yes, whoever it was who did this will be in, well, I am already thinking of punishments for them."
Yeah, that's all. That's all I've got.
All right.
That sucks, bro.
Yeah.
Damn, that's crazy. Anyway,
Damn, crazy that this is happening to you.
what are the minor gods doing?
They're children.
They're watching. They are watching with vested interest, maybe even whispering amongst themselves. There are many. There are like groups of women who are speaking. All of them very beautiful. There are a number who are speaking to one another. There are a number who have actually like joined with some of the gods to speak to them as if they were like their attendants. There are a lot of gods in this room. How how do we want to go about this? Because this is like a crowd of gods.
I'd hate to ask for another fucking perception check or whatever to see like who's concentrating, but
well, your check will be that's the result of your check, unfortunately.
Okay, that's cool.
But yeah, you look around the lesser gods and like also gods too. I mean, like concentration probably comes to them fairly easy, maybe not something that they could hide easily if they truly cared to. But none that you're able to perceive.
Okay. In that case, I will go over to the mortal cupbearer.
Sure. You walk over to him and he kind of like looks a little like surprised that you're coming over to speak to him, but not necessarily in a bad way. Like he's kind of like actually kind of excited. And you approach him. He says, and he speaks with an accent that is like not quite Greek. Like it is Greek, but it's got a different, just different enunciations. It's like, and he says, good afternoon. Are you looking for wine?
In a way, but allow me to begin by asking, what is your name?
So I am the cupbearer of Zeus. My name is Prince Ganymede of Troy. Ganymede.
Prince Ganymede.
His handout is up. He says, yes. Yes. Zeus insisted that this was where I should be. And so here I am, cupbearer.
What are you? I suppose, are you a demigod?
No. I'm a prince of Troy. Have you ever heard of Troy? You may make a history check.
Yeah, I know that guy.
Yeah.
He used to be my roommate.
Troy was my bully in high school. 6 history.
No, you never heard of Troy.
I cannot say that I have had the pleasure, but if you could please allow me to inspect your wine.
Sure. Suppose. It gives you the craft of wine. It's a very fine craft. Are you a herbalist or an alchemist by chance?
I am not.
Then I'll say, just make me a flat investigation check, see if you can detect anything about the wine.
All right.
Do you drink it? Do you taste it?
I do.
All right.
It's a 2 investigation.
You drink a decent amount of it, and you're like, we'll just say like as a funny, like if you agree, it's a funny character thing. You're like, yeah, let me inspect it, and you just like have a nice chug of like really good. Like this is like the wine of Olympus. It's like the best wine by leagues that you have ever tasted. Yeah, you're like, maybe you like at first were sipping it like, let's see if there's anything wrong with it. And you're like, holy fuck, that's good. And you just kind of like find yourself chugging it.
Yeah, so I hand him back the empty carafe of wine.
Make me a con save as you drink.
16.
16. You are 16 is pretty good. I'm only gonna say you're gonna have 1 drunkenness level. So you get it back in his hands, and you kind of like, oh, you feel that like tingle in the brain. You feel that just sort of looseness of being able to speak. You have disadvantage on all ability checks, but you have advantage on all charisma ability checks.
Ah, very good. So I'll hand it back to him.
Your inhibitions have dropped.
Excellent. Well, I was going to see if it had any sort of poison or something. Who provided you with this wonderful wine?
Dionysus, of course.
Ah,
I, in fact, need to go get some more now. It would be very bad form if the King
That
of Kings
is-
and the God of Gods needed wine, and
that
I didn't have
is-
any.
very unfortunate. Huh.
I like your hair, by the way. I've never seen someone with such golden hair, or at least not. He sort of like his eyes kind of go over to the beautiful Apollo, and he says, "At least not a mortal." Is Apollo your father?
I do not know.
Ah, well, it was good to meet you. What's your name?
My name is Romulos.
Ah, well, it was good to meet you, Romulus. Maybe we might speak again sometime. It's been a while since I've spoken to anyone who isn't a god.
I'm sure it can be very taxing.
Yeah, you could see that. Excuse me now. I really must go. And he hurries away so as to quickly refill his craft and not get in trouble if he was ever called upon.
Well,
Yeah,
good
you're
news.
feeling
The
good.
wine is not poisoned.
Xanthos, yeah, I'm going to swing around back to you guys.
Okay, I'm just gonna take a guess here. Can I inspect like the seat itself? I'm specifically
Yeah.
looking for any like symbols, anything that gives off a sense of like this shouldn't really be on here.
Okay. It's a very fine throne. Maybe an investigation check to thoroughly look it over.
Natural 20 for 23.
Oh yeah, you look it over. This is a gorgeous throne. Like, of course, these are the gods, but this is like a beautiful throne. Maybe the most beautiful throne in the room. In fact, it is marble and gold. It is gilded. It has the imagery of lions and peacocks to an accuracy you have never seen carved of stone before in your life. It is the finest craftsmanship. You don't know much about craftsmanship, but this is the finest craftsmanship you've ever seen. You look it over. You will notice a symbol at the base of the throne towards the back, and I'll tell you what it is. It's this. It is this like Y that has like a little cross at the bottom of the Y.
Do we know what that means?
Make me a religion check.
16.
16. You are aware of this somewhat obscure god, this somewhat obscure son of Zeus, who is supposed to be like this great craftsman.
Okay.
His name's what's his name? I don't really remember his name at this moment, but he's supposed to be like this great god of like craftsmanship. He's supposed to be like this like deformed son of Zeus who like lives in the mortal world.
And that would be so. I think of any at the table. I can think of anyone who has a grudge against Terra. This would be the guy. Mighty Zeus, might I ask, when did these seats? Well, when were these seats placed here?
Says, one of my sons forges the crafts of the gods. Many of these halls were carved by him, and he delivered Hera's throne just this day as a gift. And at these reasonings being made out, Hera looks kind of like shocked and blinks a couple times, and then this sort of realization casts over her face, and like almost like disbelief, like, I what? Why would and Zeus kind of like actually kind of looks a little surprised at what you said, and then kind of smirks and he goes, huh, you didn't. It's at this moment, as you seem to have cracked the case a little bit,
Yeah.
you hear mighty steps making their way down, but uneven steps. This sort of and perhaps, Xanthos, you look through and your attention is turned to this individual who walks down and through the halls. You see, let me get his information out. Where are you, bastard? There it is. A form of power shaped by toil, strength made by labor. Massive and scarred, muscles like knotted cords beneath skin darkened by smoke and flame, a beard that is singed and curled by fire, and his hair short and uneven, as if cut by his own blade. His right leg drags slightly, and his stride is uneven. With each step strikes a hammer blow. As he makes his way through the hall, his hands are massive, blackened by soot, and every nail bears the mark of his, never mind that. His hands are massive and blackened by soot. Powerful. You suspect there's no more powerful hands in all of the world than these hands, no stronger hands than these. His eyes dark as cooled iron that burns with the light of the forge, clever and patient and measured. This person makes his way through the throne room and whispers begin to sort of circulate around. A couple of the gods sort of like shake their heads in scorn as this person comes through, and some people even sort of like sort of chuckle at this person as they drags his form through the hall. And you can see on his face every movement, the drag of his uneven leg is painful. You can see on his face he bears this this pain with with a level of like dignity. As he moves through the hall, he doesn't sort of snarl or stare or anything at the people who scorn him as he walks through. He simply takes it and moves through. But his eyes seem to move around the room, taking note of every person who does scorn him. A couple of the other demigods they don't really know who this is, and they wouldn't. Some of them maybe are like, who is that? Or kind of like, who is that? Talking to each other, uncertain, but not sure if they're ready to make fun of this person who's clearly godly in size, who approaches the throne. His voice rains out Zeus, who says, Hephaestus, my son, welcome. And Hephaestus will say, Father, you have made a challenge, and I come to make this challenge complete. Father, I promise I will release her if my boon is granted. Hera stares at Hephaestus with like embarrassment and like disbelief and anger sort of directed at him, just like a wash of emotion that she's not really sure how to feel in this moment. She's like looking at him and like trying to decide if she's really angry with him or not. But Zeus seems to almost have a look of pride about him. As he talks to him, he says, speak your wish. And then the room grows quiet. And they wait to hear what Hephaestus' boon may be. And one word leaves his lips. Aphrodite. And the room sort of, John! Signs to stop. Damn you! And Ares like looks, his eyes sort of whip towards Hephaestus and like it barely contains sort of almost defensive rage. Not even like, fuck you, you're taking what's mine, but almost like defensive in a way. And a great unrest takes the room. And he speaks over the unrest. He says, I would have her as my wife. The uproar sort of grows and Zeus watches with narrow eyes. Aphrodite sort of gasps, but what? Some people even sort of laugh in her direction, and other people sort of scorn Hephaestus in fury. But Aphrodite's just sort of, but, and Zeus says, puts his hand up for the room to grow quiet, and he says, I promised a boon. The boon will be granted. So be it. Free my queen, and your wish is granted. As you see his eyes kind of slyly travel around the room to Poseidon and Apollo and Ares and Hermes and Dionysus and all the many gods who have been making a mockery of his court by battling over one another for her affections. And he sees such a wonderful opportunity to kill two birds with one stone. And he says, make it so. Hephaestus pulls from his belt a hammer, a smith's hammer, not a warrior's hammer, but a smith's hammer. And he walks over to the throne where Hera sort of like looks up at him with uncertainty. Hephaestus sort of brings his hammer over her hands and says, hold still, mother. And he will just lightly ding, hit it with the hammer. A sound rings out, and the spectral chains shatter away and disappear into the ethereal. And Hera rises, as if Hephaestus did it so very easily. And Hera just continues to look at Hephaestus like she doesn't quite recognize him or doesn't know how to react, but manages to spurt out a, thank you, Hephaestus, thank you. And he smiles and looks to Zeus, and Zeus smiles and kind of gestures to Aphrodite, who kind of looks like kind of backed into a corner a little bit, like her head. She goes, and she doesn't know what to say, how to respond in this moment. And Hephaestus sort of trudges over to her, and he will sort of put out his hand, and he will say, come, my wife to be. It need not be so bad. I promise that I will treat you well. And she kind of looks to Zeus, who gives her like a nod. And she will like her eyes will shoot around and look back to Zeus, who kind of levels at her as if like, you have to do, like it's not a question. And she kind of looks at Hephaestus and with the deep uncertainty and hesitation and dissatisfaction, all these things, and a swirl of other emotions kept under the surface, she kind of takes his hand, very much not wanting to, and he smiles broadly and begins to sort of limp out of the throne room. Or he kind of turns to his father and he says, so it shall be. My son Hephaestus will marry Aphrodite and claim his seat amongst the Olympians. No longer will there be 11. There will be 12. Let the funeral, or that's kind of saying that's fun. No, not the funeral. He says, let the wedding be planned, and let the wedding mark the end of the demigods being here. Over the next several days, this wedding will be planned, and the demigods will be given every opportunity to prove themselves to the gods worthy of their favor. Congratulations to the bride-to-be and the husband-to-be. And he like applauds, and the other gods around the room, and even the demigods, and sort of like, oh, Zeus, start to applaud. And Hephaestus looks very satisfied with himself. And Aphrodite looks like she's a little caged, like a caged bird. And with that, Zeus says, now, family, please, be free. Let's take the day. It has been most exciting, and it is late. Demigods, you will find your place quite easy. The bathhouse, 3 stories tall, at the lowest point of this celestial mountain. There you may take sleep, find a room, enjoy, and we will have many celebrations in the day to come. And with that, everything truly disbands. It seems that the drama and the events of the Olympian throne room end, and surely this is probably a very good what to expect up here. A lot of drama. But you have witnessed historical events, divine events even. As you are freed and the gods are free to tarry, Hephaestus kind of, parts with his, or he'll kind of be like, he'll say something to Aphrodite. You'll be there, Candybus, and he'll say, "Will you come with me now?" She goes, I just need a minute. I just need a minute." Yes, very well. I'll see you soon, my bride to be. He'll kind of give her a head nod and release her hand and kind of trudge out of the throne room. And everyone will be left to their devices. Many of the gods look ferocious at their prize being stolen away from them by Hephaestus. But you are free to do with what you will now. I thank you for your patience. There's been a lot of narration on my part. But yes, we are much more free to do what you will.
So I'm just gonna like sidestep out from behind the throne, just like sort of back down into like the other demigods.
As you back down into the other demigods, Xanthos, you might note the steely gray eyes of Athena upon you. There's no smile or anything, but well, you got further in that mystery than anyone else.
I'll sort of note her gaze and almost like look behind me like
No,
oh
fair
shit.
enough. Oh, it's me. Yeah.
Yeah, Romulos, he'll kind of rub his hands like, very interesting, and then he'll kind of walk past the throne of Zeus, kind of look, nod his head, and then he'll
He gives Zeus the nod.
kind of like at
So-
the throne of Hera and fucking, yeah, and then like I guess in the direction of Zeus and Hera, kind of give a nod.
All right. You kind of nod towards the two royals. Make me a persuasion check. See how the nod goes over.
I don't know what it means, but
It's just
no.
So
I
casual,
don't know
so-
what it means from like my perspective. Not like,
oh, I got what you mean. It's just so casual. I'm like, yeah, I'll persuasion check. Maybe see how it hits.
oh dear. 10.
Was that an
10.
advantage for being drunk?
Ooh,
It's true.
it is now.
You're kind of like doing the like Conor McGregor, like walking through a little bit. Still 10.
Yeah, 10. Still 10.
Yeah, you walk through. You're walking through. You're feeling pretty good. You got all this wine, and you kind of walk in. You kind of like give the nod to Zeus, and he's like, he gives you the nod.
Hell
He
yeah.
kind of smiles at you and kind of gives you the nod back. Gives you like the up chin a little bit. Hera is like she doesn't really catch it. She's kind of still recovering from the embarrassment of the moment a little bit, and is like talking to Zeus about it. So she kind of like maybe sees you nod and thinks it's for Zeus, but Zeus kind of is talking to her and sees you do that. Kind of goes back to
Cool dude. He met the vibe check.
yeah, he's like, oh, cool. Cool.
Yeah, and he'll
anyway,
kind of
yes.
saunter
Oh, yeah.
down. He'll saunter down to like the rest of the demigods.
Yeah. All right. What's anyone else got?
I guess I'll speak up to Aphrodite if she's still here.
Yeah. Oh boy, she's a pretty popular lady. She probably has like a number of gods, right? I'm like, oh, Aphrodite, you're like her girls. So I'll tell you what, like as a number of gods are like moving in her direction in the wake of all of this, you have like a moment here before she gets overwhelmed with like people who want to be a shoulder to cry on. You're kind of the first to bat.
Aphrodite, we both know that you are not one to be chained down, but perhaps this can be an opportunity.
She looks down at you. She's not like crying or anything. She's not like freaking out, but she's certainly blindsided by the moment. She says, she kind of leans in, says, what do you mean?
This person seems to be quite the craftsman. Maybe there's something to be gained here. We can
Yes.
we can speak later when there's not so much attention on the matter, if you would like.
Yes, of course. I'd love to see you again. Yes. And it's at this point where Hermes, not Dionysus, but Hermes, Dionysus, who's kind of like kind of reveling in the like craziness of the moment, and even Aphrodite's own confusion seems to feed him a little bit. You see like 3 beautiful women make their way over to sort of like be a shoulder to cry on. Ares unapologetically kind of shoulders through whoever might be in his way to like be close to her and ask if she's okay. And Poseidon sits in his throne kind of frustrated, angry, and not acknowledging his wife, who is looks a little like embarrassed and quietly dejected herself to the side. But yes, all these people come in. Aphrodite has a number of people to like be, doted on. But you have most certainly been welcomed to reconvene with her later. Xanthos, Romulus, Vasaliki, anybody have anything they want to do in the throne room?
I don't have much of anything.
Coin.
I'll kind of like look around to see who's if there's anybody looking at me.
Is there another wine boy?
Is there another wine boy? I don't think so. Let me go double check my attendance on Mount Olympus here. Let's see. Yeah, none of you guys. No, none of you guys. Interesting. None of you guys will be there either. Yeah. No other wine boys seem to be around. Unfortunately, but you do see the wine boy and Candybus. He's like really attractive, like more attractive than many of the demigods here. There seems to be a reason why a mortal was invited to Mount Olympus. You know what I mean? Like it's a little obvious why he's present.
It'd be really funny if he's just really attractive because he just happens to be like in proximity to Hephaestus.
He's standing next to him and it's like, yeah, look at him. But no, genuinely, like he doesn't have the glow of radiance, but he's like the peak of human beauty. It's truly a sort of a wild card here a little bit in his attendance. Xanthos, I saw a wry smile curl across your face. Is there anything you'd like to do?
I want to at least look over at Hades and just kind of try and get a read on whether or not he even gives a shit that I'm here.
He's looking at you.
Ah, shit.
He simply sat. He was like, while all this drama was going on, Persephone seemed to be moved by things, but Hades just kind of sat with apathy, frankly. Just kind of was like, acknowledged what was going on, but just let it kind of pass over.
Well,
and he looks at you. You seem to be the most interesting thing, apparently, in this room.
Since he looked at me, I'll go over and approach Hades.
All right. You approach dear old Da, and yeah, go ahead.
I'll bow my head and say, Father, and Queen Persephone.
Persephone kind of smiles down at you, and she says, "Hello, who might you be?" And Hades says, "This is my son, Xanthos. It's good to see you again."
It has been a great many years, Father, but I'm glad you have not forgotten me.
I do not forget. I was quite busy in this room. Should we walk?
Very well.
He will rise, and he acknowledges Persephone. He says, "I will return." In a sort of, it's very slight, but there's a ever so slight level of tenderness that's extra. But Persephone, looking very much the woman arranged, is like, okay, yes, I'll see you soon. And Hades will travel with you sort of out to. No, he wouldn't do that. It's sort of like the dark back rooms of the mountain, and you two can sort of like walk amongst the darker places. And as you walk, he still remains ever tall in the grander form amongst the two of you, but not quite the giant as he was upon his throne here. It seems to be now more of a personable level. It's strange. It's almost like a strange perspective where someone looks smaller the further they are away. And it kind of fucks with your perception. But as he stands and you walk with him, his size seems to change almost like a perspective swap of his distance, but it's not. And he walks with you. And he says, "You have grown old. I did not know so much time had passed."
Well, old by mortal standards, although I imagine I will still live for much, much longer.
He nods. Just tell me of your life.
It has been, well, it was hard at first, and then it became ideal, like a dream. You have a great granddaughter.
I will meet her again one day. Or he doesn't say that. He says, "I will meet her one day when the time is right."
I have been running a tavern out of Macedonia.
A tavern. Fitting, I suppose. You do well for yourself, I expect.
Well, people often give me a wide berth, given my origins, but my guests are treated well, and they have only nice things to say upon their departure.
He kind of seems to reason out for himself, being the ancient mind that he is, and the ancient wisdom that he is. He says, "You use the laws of hospitality to get by. You take wealth from the trade itself." Very clever.
I thought of all the possible laws of the overworld that could protect me, and the one enforced by the great god king himself seemed most protective. And so I restricted myself to the place that I was safest, but I could also eke out the life I desired most. Warmth and hospitality come naturally to me. I like to serve food, seeing people relax and find joy in the small things. But that life cannot persist forever as the blood continues to flow into the future. There will be more descendants down the line, and they can't all stay in my tavern forever.
Oh. It is interesting to look into one who is like a mirror. You are much like me, then, I would say.
You do me a great honor in saying so. I imagine most of the other demigods here are there for personal glory, to carve out a legend that will be heard throughout the rest of history. I don't tend
As are you.
To a point. But when I look at my granddaughter, I want her to be able to go out into the world and not fear spears and torches and angry mobs. I want them to know who her great-grandfather is, who her family is, and to be revered for the accomplishments, and to be able to move freely and find glory of her own should she wish it.
And so you would wish to be acknowledged by me, so that you might have the status to do these things. You would rely on the king of the underworlds, the god of death, the dead, to help you achieve these ends. You may be disappointed in some aspects. We are not gods of the living world. We of the chthonic realm.
For what I seek, I am inclined to agree. Your support would, while be helpful, is not ideal. But
Go ahead.
Perhaps I glance back at the hole. Your bride, Persephone.
You would wish to be acknowledged by her.
I would. She is a bridge between the land of the living and the land of the dead. And I think that I might be able to play a small part in strengthening that bridge. If nothing else, it is plain to see that she, as a bride of arrangements, may feel slightly out of place. And I can empathize with such a feeling of being out of place. What do you think?
I think you cannot run from what you are, Xanthos. You are the son of Hades. And you will always be the son of Hades. If there is acknowledgement to be found on this mountain, it can only be found in me. However, I see your plight, and I see the plan before you, and I will tell you this. Show me on this mountaintop that you can achieve what you seek, that you can have the will to bridge life and death, and I will acknowledge you. And through that acknowledgement, you may speak to my bride, and perhaps have counsel through her. You cannot be anything more than what you are, but you can rise above it, as you wish to, and as you already have.
Very well. I shan't disappoint.
We shall see. And he will just take one final look at you and say, "It's good to see you, son. It will be well to see more of you, if you can impress. I will not have you go into the land of violence and glories of adventures if I do not feel you are ready for it." And he will leave. I will end the time in the throne room when we hit 9:30, so we can move on to the next day. But is there anyone who would like to take perhaps the last sliver of time here? Vasaliki, we haven't heard much from you. Is there anything you would like to do? Anyone you'd like to speak to? Anything at all?
Yeah, is Zeus still talking to Hera?
No, I'm going to say that she's settled down at this point. Settled down is not the right word. He's not like, oh, they're there patting her head. It's not that kind of relationship. But he has kind of become more available, if that's what you mean.
Yeah, Vasiliki will approach Zeus.
All right.
She'll take a knee in front of him and say, "I am Vasiliki of Themyscira, and I aim to earn your acknowledgement as your daughter." And she'll have her head bowed when she says that, but look at meet his eye when she finishes.
You say this, he kind of cocks an eyebrow. He looks at you and kind of, how do I explain this? He turns as you've drawn his attention, and there is a look of like, oh, shit, on his face, and you see his head kind of tilt towards Hera, who stands next to him, and looks down at you, Vasiliki, with wide eyes, and says, "Zeus, who is this?" And he kind of says, "This is Vasaliki. She wishes to gain my acknowledgement as my daughter. I didn't know I had another daughter." She goes, "Why am I always so surprised? Well, who was it this time, Zeus?" He goes, I really... And Hera looks down at you, Vasiliki, and says, "I do not blame you for the discrepancies of your mother, but you will tell me who she is, for I will find out one way or another. So obey or join her in punishment. Speak now."
She'll rise from her knee and meet Hera's eyes and say, "I am the daughter of Queen Volata."
And she will soften, so you're surprised, and she will walk down the steps towards you, seeming to shrink as she goes, seeming to become to a more personable height. And she'll kind of put a hand on your shoulder, and she'll say, "Thank you. You have made the right choice. Oaths broken must be punished, and we women must look out for one another. What happens next is not your fault." And she will step past you. And Zeus is like, oh, he's got a look of oh, fuck. Create a curse your name. Hera then Hera then appears quite tall again and will say, oh, this is brutal. Oh, shit.
Dionysus losing his shit right now.
Yeah, Dionysus is like, he's like, this is great. She says, Queen Hippolyta of the Amazons, I curse you. I curse you as an oath breaker. Since your womb is so eager to cradle with what is not yours to cradle, let it never be empty. May your body bloom with life again and again, bear child after child with no rest, no peace, and no death. The world shall call you mother, but never queen, and your children shall never know their sires, for from their father will be veiled in madness, misfortune, or myth. And should you try to flee this fate, your womb shall flow even into old age. You may be Elven, but since the gods will never forget you, age will not as well. And Hippolyta kind of looks at Hera and sort of bows her head in shame and says, I understand. Queen Hera, I apologize for my sin. She says, you are not sorry. Not yet. And she will stride through the room away, having had enough humiliation for one day. Zeus kind of looks, he doesn't look at Hippolyta, he looks at you, Vasaliki. Says, so, acknowledgement, huh? Well, I will be glad to see your skills and worthiness in the days to come. A daughter. I've never had a demigod daughter before. Interesting.
I will prove myself worthy amongst my brothers.
Well, you have many brothers. I will be excited to see how you meet them in the days to come. It is good to meet you, daughter. It should have been sooner. But I will be glad to see your valor. Indeed, you have many brothers here today. Beat them, defeat them. Show the world that the world of women can be stronger than the world of men, as it is the way of the Amazons.
What I hope to achieve here on this mountain in your favor while doing it. So thank you, Father. I'll make you proud.
And he nods at you with a smile of excitement to see what you're made of.
Yeah, Vasaliki will take her leave if that's appropriate.
Okay. Fantastic.
Romulos, during that whole thing, was just watching it go down. And yeah, as you walk by Vasiliki, he'll kind of look at you as you leave. And you can almost see a slight sense of worry on his face.
She'll catch that. Kind of give you a quizzical look but nod in your direction as she continues to walk out.
And he'll look away as you walk.
All of this is through the cackling of Dionysus. He's just like in his throne, just like cackling, and as he does so, his voice almost seems to change between like a masculine and feminine tone, being sort of a incredibly fluid gender, very androgynous individual. His laughter goes from to like like sort of feminine. It's all Dionysus's voice, but the pitch changes as he laughs, and almost like a strange hill and valley like music of laughter and madness. As not laughing, kind of laughing at the whole scenario with everything, and he's just like, I love it up here. And mortals, yes. And he kind of hops down from his high throne, unlike the other gods, and kind of shrinks down and is like happy and delights in intermingling with mortals. He goes, "Hi, I'm Dionysus. Pleasure to meet you." And starts to like forwardly get to know everybody rather than expecting them to come to him. With a youthful vigor, begins to sort of get to know everybody. We got a couple more minutes. Romulus, Candybus, would you two have anything that you would wish to do last here in the throne room? It's okay if the answer is no. There'll be plenty of time to speak with gods and demigods alike.
I think I'll probably just regroup with my fellow adventurers.
Fair enough. Same for you, Romulus.
Yes. I was gonna try to clear my throat before then you called on me. Yes.
Yes.
Well, that was something. Can Hera just make anyone pregnant?
Well, I mean, I suppose if any man can, then she definitely can.
Hmm. What of you, Vasaliki? How do you feel about this situation?
I'm still in a bit of shock over it. I'd imagine my mother will suffer throughout this curse, and I'm not so sure she's deserving of it.
It was quite harsh.
Yeah. I suppose I'll be having many siblings now. Even more. But perhaps one day I can break this curse for my mother, as it's not her right to deny a king, much more than it was her intention to break his oath.
Quite difficult to say no to the king of gods, I would assume.
Especially when all the other gods are too scared to challenge them themselves.
Mm.
But no speaking ill of the king of the gods in this court.
Indeed.
Lest we lose our heads.
I did have half of a mind that was going to happen. At any rate, I am glad that the judgment was not passed on to you, Vasaliki. That would have been quite counterproductive to our goals here.
Especially on day one.
Admittedly, my pride didn't allow me to see that far ahead.
These are the ways of the gods. Best get used to playing by their rules.
So with Vasaliki speaking to her father, Candybus, you have spoken to Aphrodite. Xanthos, did you get the chance to speak to your father?
I did. He was, well, typically somber, as you might imagine, but to my surprise, quite glad to see me.
Oh, that is good.
He seemed quite open to acknowledging me and supporting me, but I confess I have other ideas. He pointed out that what I want for the future may not be so easy with the support of the god of death, a point in which I agree. And so I am hoping to gain the acknowledgement of Persephone.
Persephone.
His new bride, daughter of Demeter.
Ah.
I, in no small part, sympathize with how she might be feeling. I traveled from the underworld to the land above, while she has been made to travel from here down into the underworld. That feeling of being in a place you feel you don't belong, I know it well. But she is a bridge between the land of the living and the land of the dead. And it's her who I feel would probably not be most able to help me achieve what I want to achieve.
Hmm.
And perhaps, perhaps it's presumptuous of me, but I feel she might find comfort in someone who at least somewhat understands how she might be feeling. But perhaps I'm just being optimistic.
As you often are, Xanthos.
But it will all come to nothing, as my father has given me a mission of sorts. He won't allow me to speak to her unless I impress him over the coming days. So I'll have to earn his favor first before I can get what I actually want.
Well, high hopes, high dreams, and hopefully high accomplishments for all.
No, I'll drink to that.
Oh, I've had plenty.
Where is the wine boy?
I'm right here, says Dionysus. has like wine in between his fingers, and he's like, there you all are, there you all are. Hi, I'm Dionysus. Good to meet you all.
You didn't put something in my drink, did you?
Maybe I did. There's only one way to find out. Cheers. And he'll just walk away to go say hello to someone else.
I'll smell it first and then I'll drink it.
You drink it. It is the greatest wine you've ever had. You're a prince. You've had pretty damn good wine, but this takes the cake.
Given how Dionysus answered the question, I'm just going to cast Purify Food and Drink.
You cast Purify Food and Drink, and Dionysus turns over his shoulder and glares at you, Xanthos. Like, you're no fun. And just kind of like returns back to
enjoy your fruit juice.
And as you drink it, Xanthos, it's
Non-alcoholic
kind of it's not great now that it's non-alcoholic.
That wasn't my intention at all. I just wanted to ensure I wasn't going to go crazy.
You have fully
Rats.
cleared it of all poisons. Excellent work.
It's clear.
It's
You've made
pure.
water.
Wine to water. That is...
I have truly fumbled here, and I am I apologize greatly. Please accept them. I beg your forgiveness.
The
Did you say that to Dionysus? Is that what you said?
I say that, I guess, loud enough for him to hear.
He just like, woo, turns around, heads on back. And he goes, don't apologize, just drink. Fine. Me, I guess.
Can I get a refill?
Of course. And he just kind of like goes, and it refills. Here's to the best couple of days of your natural born lives.
I'll cheers him.
Yep. And he'll have a drink.
Xanthos raises glasses. Xanthos is like his best days of life. He's kind of like, there's a few days that might be hard to beat.
Do you drink?
Yeah, I drink.
Yeah, okay, cool.
I have to.
Yeah, I have to. That's right.
I have to be a good guest, and I just like.
That's true.
Fumbled.
Do you
That's
still
true.
have the water? I drank a lot earlier.
I like just passing the cup of water.
Thank you.
Purified wine.
I'm a bit dehydrated.
It's
This
like
tastes like shit.
And goes, oh, nonsense. And then he'll just, you won't even turn it to wine. He'll just like wave his hand and it'll be like a really nice lemon water now. Remember, joy is sacred. If you're not enjoying yourself, stop doing it.
Wise
Wise.
words.
Very wise indeed.
You're not
Incredible.
Athena. Goes, is it just me? Or am I getting party energy from this group? No, not yet. Not yet.
Oh, we're
You're
getting
good.
there.
Yeah.
Maybe
well,
one more drink.
I like you too much to do that to you yet.
Oh,
See you soon. And he'll just whisk back into the party and say, hi, I'm Dionysus. Be like, oh my god, you're Dionysus. Get off your knees. Oh, you can stay there. I go.
oh. he's
Oh.
literally that guy when you go out with him and he's making everybody fucking drink the weirdest fucking shots, like
Yeah.
making sure everybody's drink is fucking full.
Slap
But
the
he's-
bag. He's got a bag of wine.
Stop the bag. I will say, like, that is absolutely true. He's like encouraging everybody to drink, but not to the point of like over, like he's not like trying to get people like sick. In fact, where you see someone's like chugging, he's like, whoa, what are you doing? He goes, I'm just trying to worship you, Lord Dionysus. By drinking. He goes, well, don't hurt yourself. What's the fun in that? Fine. God, like me, getting used to that. But he does seem to like, he's making people drink, but it is in the interest of like having fun and bringing joy, not of just like obliterating whoever's around.
He gets you to that level and keeps you there.
Yeah, he's like, I'm gonna help you find the wave, my boy. I'm gonna help you find the wave. And with that, we will go to a break as you guys all find your ways to bed. Before you go, I want everyone to roll D100.
Oh boy.
Oh, boy.
Who got the roofie?
Oh no, it's not for
Oops,
Lucy.
all roofies.
No.
Oh shit, man.
Oh, so close. 67.
Damn.
No,
Rats.
God, this.
Fuck.
Okay. hold on,
Advantage?
hold on.
40 for Romulos.
40 for Romulus.
46.
46. What'd you get, Vasaliki?
89.
89. Very nice, guys. Okay, we will be back. Thank you very much. 15-ish minutes. I hope we're enjoying ourselves.
Yeah, I'm just questioning my decisions. Should I commit to this plan, or should I just pivot to Dionysus?
Hey, no, it's time
Yeah.
to stay. Who's
Enjoy
to say you
yourself
can't
or else.
enjoy yourself or else? Yeah, pretty much.
Plus, I do like intend to try and find Hestia if she's even here somewhere.
Yeah, let's see if we can find her.
Not necessarily the expectation of like winning her over, but just for the sake of my character.
Yeah,
Kind of owes her like a lot.
hell yeah. Absolutely.
One of those, oh god, I kind of better probably like say hello and say thanks, because damn.
Absolutely.
Well, I've been a whole lot different.
Yeah, well, listen, just because you're like acknowledged by your father doesn't mean you can't have relationships or connections or whatever with other gods. Doesn't mean, you know. I'm so excited. La, 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 la.
Is there a handout for Hephaestus in the Roll20?
There most certainly is. Boom.
Boom. Okay. Awesome. Oh, why is he hot?
He's a god.
Oh, I guess. I guess fine.
He's a god. He's allowed. He just because he got like thrown off a mountain doesn't mean it ruined everything, you know.
Oh no, he's hot.
I thought I was gonna let you get away with it. Ooh, I like that better. We'll get started once we see one at least of the other two are here. That's my song. I know, I'm like Apollo. I know. I know, that's it. Hey, okay. Romulus, we want you to be here, but we're gonna get started anyway. Okay, guys. Welcome back. Let's get this ship rolling. How about that? Oh, you all wake up the next morning. It's perpetually bright here. Luckily, there are thick curtains. Apollo's light always shining down. And you will arise. All of you have your own rooms down below. Let's take you down there, actually. As you all rise, some of you are going to have some stuff happen to you. Who would like to go first? Oh,
Shoot.
Um,
We can roll for it.
beautiful. That's whatever you guys want.
okay, roll for it.
Yeah, roll.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Let the
roll
dice
for it.
decide.
Roll these.
How are we doing this?
Just roll a d20. Whoever gets higher wins.
I like that.
Natural 1. Well, it's time.
Natural 20.
Hey, I guess you're going first. That sounds like it. That sounds like a first to me. Okay. You're in this very nice bathhouse where all of the various demigods, like, I've only got it 3 floors, but it is like many floors. There's rooms enough for everybody. It is a massive bathhouse styled villa. Absolutely gorgeous. And Xanthos, you are going to get a little... right. You're going to get a little knock on your door. A little...
Okay.
Yep. As you open the door, you're going to see a satyr, and you're also going to see this woman. This woman is rather unusual. She's looks like a warrior woman, but she also looks very tribal. She's got like paints all across her body. She's very loosely dressed. She's also got like this staff, this like quarter staff, and it has like a metal pine cone at the top. And it looks like some kind of like quarter staff mace looking weapon kind of thing. And she's just kind of, she's got the flush in her cheek because somebody's been drinking and has a big smile on her face. And the satyr's kind of laughing and kind of like tugging at her dress flirtily. And she's like, no, stop. And the satyr goes, well, here he is. This is what we were looking for. One who's even hornier than I am. It goes, you're Xanthos, aren't you? You're the hospitality guy, aren't you?
That I am. How can I help you?
Oh, it's not how we can help or you can help us. It's how we can help you. Isn't that right, my dear? She goes, yeah, that's right. We can. It's gonna be so much fun. He goes, right. So you've been invited by our great Lord and God Dionysus to a little party that is being thrown by one of the demigods. There's going to be a telling of tales. It is supposed to be a grand time, and Dionysus wanted you to come along and see the sounds and hear the sights. You bring your friends along if you like. I told you have a couple other friends you're close with.
I was just about to ask if I could bring a +1. I have one friend who will be dying to join a party hosted by Dionysus.
I'm told Dionysus was intrigued by your friend group, so whoever you'd call a friend here in the mountain, bring them right along. But we'll be expecting you surely. We'll get started once you arrive. It should be happening before. Let's see. When was it going to happen? And she goes, it's going to happen before lunch. He goes, all right, be there. Not quite when the sun is highest in the sky. Where do you gotta go? And he points up to the mountain, and he's gonna point it out. He's like, you see that there long bridge, the top? You're just gonna cross it the far way, and you'll surely run into the Sounds of Revels, and then that should take you right there. And you'll just find all of us, the little procession, and Dionysus having a good revel. And when you show up, we'll all get started with the storytellings. Sound good?
Sounds great. I'll inform my friends of the invitation.
Well, ain't that magnificent? If you know anyone particularly attractive, old man, bring them right along. Never hurts to have young lasses and lads rolling around. Come on, even you were young once. You get it.
Indeed. And
Is that
never mind
right?
my age. I look quite good for my age.
Then you must be bloody ancient. And the girl goes, and he goes, I just poking some fun at you, friend. Just poking some fun. All right, but you bring yourself along. Come on, my dear, we got things to do. Maybe in that bush over there. And she goes, no, stop. You're too much. And the two of them kind of stumble away as he's kind of like, where's my flute? Yeah, you guys will, yeah. Well, that's it. They leave, probably to the annoyance of some demigod's rooms they walk by.
Well, unexpected, and I guess I'll mosey over to wherever the hell Candybus is staying.
Speaking of which, Candybus, it's your turn, my friend.
Oh, lovely.
Good.
No.
You, my friend, hear a very polite knock at your door.
I answer. Who is it?
Oh shit, my music changed. We are sticking with the orchestra.
Another ding dong ditch, I see.
No, someone is standing there. I'm just getting their hand out. It's actually someone very charming and beautiful, in fact. Let me just go grab her. I gotta give you her hand out. Where are you, you beautiful lass? No, not you, not you. Yes, this is her. This is who you see at your door.
Oh,
wow. She is this beautiful nymph-like woman. You've heard of nymphs, but you know it right on sight. She is definitely of these sort of beautiful, seductive, gorgeous nymph women who wander the world. And she says, "You are the demigod Candybus, yes?"
the one and only. Now, what god did I impress to have someone like you show up to my front door?
Well, you can see my beauty. Can you not tell for yourself what god might have sent me?
I might have an idea.
Good. Well, if she doesn't have her way with you, I might have to. I'm Pitho. I am the goddess of seduction. And I have been sent by Lady Aphrodite. She wishes to speak with you. You may find her home just past the arena over there. You'll know her home by the beautiful gardens on the other side. And maybe I'll be there and see you again, lucky or like me.
Delightful. Is she waiting for me now?
Yes. Yes, she is. This is, of course, a meeting for you, but if you thought you'd have friends who might be fun, you can bring those to you. But only if you really want to.
Huh. I mean, I do have friends, but I don't know if they'd be quite interested in the fun you're talking about.
Well, I can always keep them entertained. Maybe I can persuade them, keep them busy while you talk with our Lady of Grace.
That sounds good.
You sound good.
I'll be seeing you around.
Oh, you can expect you will. I have heard you play many songs in my domain with that tongue of yours over the years.
Oh, I'm flattered. Perhaps I'll play one for you personally.
I look forward to it. Prepare only your best.
That's all I do.
And she'll give you a wink, and she will be on her way, and she'll walk with a bit of a sachet. She's very just pure and simply seductive being.
I suppose I should put some clothes on.
Well done, well done. You look over, Xanthos, you're like, what Candybus is up to? And you see this like gorgeous woman down in like silver silk walking away from his room, and Candybus just bare butt at the door, like just being real charming as he is. And you guys, you're kind of like, oh, it's broken clothes. And kind of, anyone see me? You see Xanthos, definitely so.
Oh, Xanthos, you're awake.
Well, I was coming to tell you that we've received an invitation from Dionysus, but I sense that you may have received a more desirable invitation.
Well, perhaps. I received an invitation to have court with Aphrodite. She said I can invite some friends, though, if they're fun. Is that something you're interested in?
I'm afraid my heart was won long ago, and I've yet to let go of that. So I would have to decline, I believe.
Suit yourself. But should this meeting not last too long, there's a party held by Dionysus.
Indeed, just before noon.
All right, then perhaps I'll get my orders taken care of in time to make this party, at least before it ends.
Bring a story if you do decide to come along. It's all about storytelling, it would seem.
Oh, I'm going to make one right now.
Meanwhile, there is one last one. You guys have like one last little thing that happens this morning, one last little invitation you'll receive. Romulus, you receive, and you just, there's a bit of a sound of like outside your door. And as the sound sort of comes and goes, this like folded note just sort of like sails under your door and kind of flits through the air on the wind and just kind of like lands on your bed.
He steps up from his bed, which he was just sitting on, crisscross applesauce, just staring at a wall. And he gets up and he grabs it.
It says, Romulus, you and your friends were so kind to me on the mountain. I thought it only right that I invite you to a grand banquet that I am hosting for this lunch. I will be hosting Zeus, Poseidon, and Hermes himself, who was kind enough to deliver this letter on my behalf. I hope you can all come, as it will be a good time if I have anything to say about it. And it's signed by King Hyrius, who you would know to be the man with the bull that you met on the mountain.
Mm-hmm. Very well. He kind of folds it up, puts it in. Do they have pockets in this time?
You have like a belt, and you probably have like a pouch
Satchel
hanging
or
off
something?
your.
Yeah.
You probably have like a little pouch hanging off your belt.
You gotta ask Hephaestus to make you some pockets.
Crazy idea.
Just gotta craft some pockets.
Pockets
No.
on the togas, dude.
It is called a pouch. It's called a pouch. You hang a pouch.
You sew an extra piece of fabric on the toga, and you put stuff in that extra piece of fabric.
I'll never catch on. Women will hate it.
Probably.
Women wouldn't want pockets.
Why would they ever want pockets? You're right.
What are they gonna put in them? Possessions?
Oh, that's actually very dark.
It's terrible.
Okay.
Anyway, I'll walk out and kind of look around for any member of the party.
You sort of like maybe look across the, because it is like a U shape. It's got like a horseshoe shape to the place. So we'll say that you had like a room, like a cross on the other balcony, and you see Candybus having like a very pleasant discussion with Xanthos, butt-ass naked, and just being like, yeah, no, we'll go see them.
Xanthos is like,
Which, to be clear, this is ancient Greece. It's not the
Yeah.
weirdest
Oh,
thing.
yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Xanthos is old, like he doesn't give a shit.
Yeah, it's very nudity is very. It's like whatever. Like though, maybe
He
walk
must
down the
be a
street
bit
that way,
warm.
but-
That's all it is. He's just a
Probably.
bit warm. And
Yeah.
This is me at my full power.
He's just confident.
Witness perfection. Yeah, he'll kind of and then walk around. I do not mean to interrupt a very in-depth meeting. But I have received a summons, if you will, to a grand party featuring the likes of Zeus, Poseidon, Hermes. I am not sure if we have any other thing to do, but two of the big three are quite prestigious.
We seem to have all received a personal summons. Dionysus seems eager to meet with me.
Aphrodite called for a meeting with me.
That is not surprising in the least, Candybus.
Oh, thank you. You flatter me.
Sure. Yes. You both remember the twin kings that we met?
Yes.
I do.
Yes. Well, one's the king, the other. Anyway.
These are with the magic instrument that builds cities.
Yes, exactly the same. He was the one that had Hermes send the letter. So, he said that we were very kind to him, and he would very much enjoy seeing us at this gathering.
Do we know when this gathering will be?
Does it say the time there, right?
Yeah, for lunch. So it'd be around midday. Nobody's figured out like this is pre 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3. Like nobody's figured that shit out yet. So it's sort of like come see us at midday at high sun kind of thing. That's how time is perceived by the course of the sun.
I got you. So basically, if Apollo doesn't move, then it'll always be midday.
Correct.
Cool.
Some
was gonna say
days,
something
like the
else.
sun's moving back and forth. Apollo's like, Surprise!
Important meeting, huh? Psych! Oh, you missed
Oh,
it.
except
Oh,
you're
no,
like-
you didn't. No, you didn't.
You're like-
Sorry.
Fuck you, you're like
Okay. But yes, it says midday. What times are your invitations?
I'm expected to arrive just before noon, so
Ah,
And mine is as soon as possible. Once we're done with this little powwow, then I'm heading over there imminently.
okay. So perhaps we need to divide and conquer, or
well, I imagine we all have our own goals to attend to. So, and I would personally feel somewhat honor bound to accept a personal invitation from Dionysus. I don't have much room to decline there, so I am committed.
very good.
I will make an attempt to at least show my face at either party, depending on how long this meeting will last.
Vasaliki, you are essentially going to receive the same summons to the feast of Hyrius, except it is addressed. Except Hermes himself kind of dips his head in your window, kind of like sort of like sticks his head in your window, just sort of like floating, and he goes, "Oh, are you sleeping? You look so tired."
Not anymore.
No, not anymore. Up you get. It's time to do demigod things. And considering that you're going to be, a sibling and all, you should probably get used to seeing my face because I'm Zeus's personal messenger, and he has invited you and all of your siblings to the Feast of Hyrius at midday. So, bring yourself and meet your siblings.
Excellent. Thank you, Hermes.
You're welcome. Goodbye. And he'll just leave. Cool. So the feast will happen after the meeting with with Aphrodite and Dionysus' little revel. So it's up to the party. What are you up to?
Is there a chance that we can fucking go to well, I guess.
Yeah, you can go to all of them. You can go to all of them.
Okay.
Aphrodite did invite everyone else if they're so inclined, but it's up to you.
There is, there is someone I would like to speak to with anyone else. More of a personal reason. I don't think it will take too long, so if I'm fast, I'll meet you all with Aphrodite, I suppose.
How fast are you, Xanthos?
I look down at my feet. I like to take it slow most of the time.
And that's something that you guys could do as an option. Like Candybus, you and whoever wants to could go see Aphrodite, and Xanthos, you could go see whoever you'd like in the meantime, and then all of you can meet at Dionysus's as an option.
Works for me.
Cool.
Yeah, I guess I'll.
Well, that's also, you guys can, like Candybus, yeah, you can take that event alone, and that gives Vasaliki, Xanthos, and Romulus a chance to, like, see someone of interest, have a little interaction, or go with. It's entirely all up to you guys.
I do need to go see Hephaestus.
Okay. Do you want to go see Hephaestus while Candybus is with Aphrodite?
Yeah, I guess I'll do that.
You keep him distracted for me.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because they're together now.
Not yet.
Oh,
We'll wait until the wedding. We'll see if anything happens there.
he kind of seems like the type to, lock them away in a tower or something.
Is that what I gave? That I could lock away the tower vibes?
I don't know. He did use chains on Hera, I mean.
Maybe he's into that kind of thing.
And I do not care enough to judge. But, yes, Candybus, I think it would be mutually beneficial for us to go there together.
You would like to come with?
Hopefully, Hephaestus is close by.
Maybe he is, maybe he isn't. I have no clue if Festus is nearby there.
At any rate, I could at least offer my well wishes to Aphrodite.
Oh, Romulos, you dog.
What are you insinuating?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I've never insinuated anything ever.
Don't graze your lips while you say that.
I graze my lips when I say everything.
Fucking God.
Which way to the bathroom?
Donde
I-
es la biblioteca?
Which
I'm going to
Vasaliki?
go.
Vasaliki, what about you? Do you want to go with Candybus? Is there someone you would like to meet with before Dionysus's thing? Your choice.
No, I guess I'll just wait for Dionysus's thing.
Okay. Yeah. Vasiliki's like, I'm sleeping in. And closes the door.
Well, I
So-
don't know. The Aphrodite thing would be cool, but is it just Candybus going right now?
It was an open invitation. Anybody that wants to come is more than willing.
I'm going too, but mostly to see if Hephaestus is there.
Right.
Yeah, I guess I'll go to the Aphrodite thing.
Excellent.
Did we get a long rest?
You most certainly did. No, sorry, you guys only slept for 7 hours and 59 minutes and 59 seconds. I'm sorry.
Can it be like 6 to 8 hours of sleep?
Um,
Rules is written.
well, rules is written is that you have to do a very light activity for the other two if you're not sleeping. Like nothing productive, nothing terribly productive anyway. Okay, so Candybus, Vasaliki, and Romulus head off. Xanthos, you have somewhere you gotta be. Why don't we start off with our big group, and then we'll head over to Xanthos, and then you can all come together with Dionysus. Cool. So, Candybus, Vasaliki, you guys kind of are like, man, this place is huge. Like, where do we go? You get some directions as the other demigods are like standing around scratching their heads, like, where are we supposed to go? Actually, as a fun little thing, you guys are kind of like, okay, where do we gotta go? The four of you kind of like are trying to figure out where to go, and you're going to see standing outside, sort of like looking around about which way to go. You see the Leonin gentleman that you saw down on the base of the mountain when you were trying to get up through the mist. You've seen that very same Leonin, sort of tall, strong, kind of attractive looking individual. Sort of like looking around about where to go. And he turns around, he says, hello. You are all trying to find where to go. What do you say we all trade information? I can show you what I know, show me what you know. I'll tell you where you could go for other things. We can all be friends. What do you say?
I am afraid we do not know much.
I only know the important places to go. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Prince Xanthos of Sparta.
It is a pleasure. Prince Candybus.
Prince Candybus of where?
Prince Candybus of, let me look it up real quick.
Hold on. Pulls out phone.
Right. Prince Candybus.
It wouldn't happen to be of Pythia, would it?
Yes, Pythia, yes.
Ah, I heard there was
You
a
know
Prince of Pythia.
You know your places.
No, I just heard that there was an elven prince from a place as beautiful as he is.
Well, it's none other than myself.
Well,
Unless I have a sibling around here somewhere. It seems like a lot of people have that going around.
we're all family, kind of, in a way. Well, I'm looking to find, I've been summoned by Apollo. Would you know which way to his home?
I can't say I do.
Shame.
What if...
I'll have to keep looking.
See, we're looking for the residence of Aphrodite.
Ah, that one I can lead you in the direction of. If you take the pass there, you can make your way underneath the arena. You'll find the gardens of Aphrodite on the other side.
Wonderful. And if we come across of the residence of Apollo, we'll seek you out. And
Thank you. I have a bit of a hike ahead of me. He is the god of the sun, so he's probably up the mountain a bit, so I'll go take a look. But thank you anyway. It was good to meet you.
good to meet you too. Hope we meet again.
Hyacinth. I don't know how to say my name. Hyacinthus. Hyacinthus. Yeah, Hyacinthus. Well, that's me, Prince Hyacinthus. I'm out of here. And he'll start walking away. Yeah.
What a fellow. Guided us up the mountain and now more directions. I like him.
Yes. You and him must stop meeting like this.
Should we? Or maybe we should keep meeting like this.
Whatever tickles your fancy, and I'm sure he can tickle all of your fancies.
I only have my fancies tickled.
Oh shit. Fuck.
You did this. I want you to remember this. At that point, you
I
could
have started something I do not want to finish.
as you guys talk, you continue on the way, and you make your way through this like curious series of tunnels that seem to be handmade, and there's a bit of a heat down here. In fact, as you walk, walk through the tunnels, and you're eventually going to come out, indeed, to what seem to be some beautiful gardens. Gorgeous gardens. And as you come out of the pass of the mountain, you are going to see a couple of residences. There's one beautiful residence over here that is laden with vines and flowers. It seems to emanate that very same rose and salt smell from it, sort of beckoning you like Aphrodite's presence did in the throne room. And alternatively, in stark contrast, there's almost a smell of heat and sulfur from a much more demanding room that seems to have very recently been erected right across the way on the other side of her gardens. A place of heat, and a place of grandeur.
A place of killing the vibe. Am I right?
Oh, you
Well,
dog.
killing, perhaps, if he can accomplish that which I seek to achieve.
What exactly is what you seek to achieve?
Well, you know that the blade that broke when I tried to hit the asshole king with it?
Ah, yes, I do recall that, yes.
Yes. I was hoping that, given his apparent excellent smithing skill, perhaps he can repair it.
I mean, if there's one person that can, it would be him.
Yes. I don't anticipate it taking too long. I'm not sure if you would like to accompany me, or he may not even be there, but I would like to try, at least.
Not immediately. We'll see how long my meeting goes, and if I have time before the party, then I might show my face in there. But if you want to go there now, feel free.
Very well. I shall meet you at, I assume that one is Aphrodite's palace?
Oh, you'll know it.
Very well. I'll see you soon.
Travel safe.
Well, why don't we start with you, Candybus, since this is your primary errand after all. You walk through the gardens to confront the beautiful Aphrodite. As you are making your way over there, by the doors, you are going to see three women who you have seen in the throne room before. Three just truly gorgeous women. And as you approach them, you can't help but feel a little judged under their gaze, as if they're like really assessing your how you walk, the things you do. You just feel really, despite how graceful they are, how beautiful they are, you can't help but feel like a little judged, like they're really like looking you over with precision.
I make a meal of it. I'm like strutting in like I'm on the catwalk.
Make me check it at maybe a performance check for the strut.
Just starts like stripping as he walks into the door.
Could be
Throw
better.
some
13.
sugar on me, starts playing.
Yeah. What'd you roll?
I said 13.
13. One of them says, well, he certainly has an abundance of energy. And the other one says, it's not quite as splendid as one might wish. And the other one says, well, he seems to be enjoying himself, and that's what matters really at the end of the day. And the middle one who said, well, one requires splendor to have grace. Isn't that right, sisters? They go, yes, of course. The one of them says, hold, you stand before the Graces three. It is we who will assess to see if you have indeed the grace to enter the halls of Aphrodite, for the goddess of desire will see none but those who are worthy enough to walk with grace. Do you think you have such excellence?
I know that I have such excellence.
The one who spoke looks back and says, as I said, abundance. And she will turn back to you and say, I am Thalia. I am the grace of abundance. The next one, I will start posting them. The next one says, I am your, this is a word. I am Euphosrini. I am the goddess of mirth, the charity of mirth indeed. And the one who seemed the most dissatisfied with you says, and I am Aglaia. I am the charity of splendor. And Thalia will say, well, you have an abundance of mirth. And the two sisters will look at each other. And then Aglaia will say, but your splendor could use a little work. Try again, but this time, don't be so flamboyant. More isn't always more.
Duly noted, ladies. I will do better.
Try again.
Yeah. I'll like go back out and then turn back around and try again.
Walk the catwalk. Fuck yeah. Go for it.
More passion. More
All right,
passion.
come on.
More passion.
More passion. That's right.
More energy. More passion.
All right, 18.
18, much better. Yeah, you walk. You kind of, you were kind of like, no, like going for it. Thalia looks a little like you kind of not as abundant as before. And Euphosrini says, but still great mirth. And Aglaia says, and much more splendidful this time around. Thalia says, very well. You have appeased all three of us. You may enter and see the goddess of beauty herself.
Thank you, ladies.
And they just sort of gesture, and the doors of the temple open. You are welcomed within. I'll do this at some other point in my life. Now I'll do the most fucked up name of all and be done with it. Euphorosine. There we go. You walk into the divine hall of Aphrodite that is plush and beautiful. Baths. Oh, I gotta change the music, man. We're in Aphrodite's hood now. Give me.
That's an
let's
Alaskan
see.
king bed, huh?
Oh, you bet. Yeah, there. You enter the hall of the Goddess of Grace. Beautiful Plush curtains hang from the walls, baths filled with perpetually hot water, silks and fabrics. It is a place of soft grace, beauty, desire. 100 candles light the colors around the magnificent Alaskan bed. Windows open wide to see the breadth of the mountainsides beyond. It is truly a place that reflects the goddess of beauty. And inside, you do see the contemplative and perhaps a little uncertain, not pouting necessarily, but certainly unsure Aphrodite, goddess of grace. Beautiful is she. She turns to you and smiles to see you. She says, Candybus, come in. We made such fast friends. Please come in.
Yes. How are you doing?
I'm uncertain. I'll admit I'm very uncertain. I hope you can understand. It's not him. It's just I've never been so, I guess, put in such a position where I must marry? I never saw myself being married. I'm confused. I don't know how I feel. For the first time, I think I could come to love him. Perhaps. I would need to get to know him first. I don't worry about that, really, but just being bound, really. I've never been bound by anything in my life, and I'm rambling is what I'm doing.
I think you should trust yourself. See, I follow you because your influence is great. I think of all the gods, even Zeus, you may have the greatest influence of all.
She smiles, not mischievously, but she smiles with it makes your heart flutter that you know she feels seen by you.
See, from the moment I first walked into the halls of Olympus, I see how the other Olympian men look at you. Even Zeus, even Hephaestus, clearly, they see you as something to be conquered. But that is not true. You are the conqueror. You have them wrapped around your finger, at your beck and call.
Maybe you're right. Love is, well, between me and you, as none of, like you say, these proud men would ever admit, love is the most powerful of all the domains. A conqueror, you say?
Oh, yes.
Well, I don't think there's anything wrong with being conquered every now and then, but to be a conqueror, I've never really seen myself as this.
Because people have a different idea on what that means. They think it's aggression and violence, and that's simply not the case. It is influence. It is power over others. And you have that in abundance.
The things you say. Thank you. Thank you. I think I will speak with him. I better if I'm going to marry him. Everyone has something inside them worth loving. Everyone. And he must as well. Perhaps this doesn't need to be such a bad thing. You suggest I take the power into my own hands to do what exactly? To conquer Hephaestus?
Perhaps, if you think that is the right choice, or to influence the other gods to intervene on your behalf if you don't think this is right for you. They would do anything for you.
Oh. Have the other gods intervene? None would defy Zeus. It would be foolish. I don't think I could. When Zeus makes a judgment, it cannot be taken back. Not even Poseidon would dare cross Zeus. And win anyway. And he is married. I think he would not go to such lengths on my behalf. And I love Zeus. Like a father. He's misunderstood, I think. I see why he has done what he's done. As much as I love the attention, the court has been very hard for him to control. It's nice to be the center of attention.
Isn't it? Meet with Hephaestus and try and gauge his true intentions here, because that whole display in the first meeting in the court, it seems suspicious that Hera was locked to her seat and he was the only one with the key.
You think he did this? It would be most clever.
I think it's not unlikely.
It all worked out quite well for him. But even if he did do this, I don't think it would change Zeus's judgment. I don't think anything could change Zeus's judgment now. I have to learn to live with this. Well, maybe I'll have some very good friends at my side who can help me deal with this life I must now lead. A life of a wife committed to just one. It seems impossible.
No matter what, I will always be at your side.
Candybus. And she kind of walks over and like puts a little hand on your cheek, and it's like your skin like tingles, and it might feel almost like fire under your skin, and your heart leaps as she looks deep into your eyes with her purple eyes of longing. She says, "In thanks, may I give you a kiss?"
Well, then what are you waiting for?
And she leans in, and the angels sing, and she gives you the most devastating kiss. It is a desire that is an amazing moment of your life and truly the worst moment of your life, all at the same time, because who follows Aphrodite? But a mere kiss tops all lovers you've had before. Of every tongue you've twisted, every lips you've put on yours, it is nothing compared to the bliss of kissing Aphrodite. And as you do so, you will gain a blessing. A kiss from Aphrodite is not just anything. I'm gonna make sure I'm giving you the exactly right one. So, hold off on it.
All right.
Or actually, no, I'll give you one now from the supernatural blessing list. That would be fitting of the Lady of Beauty. Let's see here. I think what would be most fitting? I think she will give you, because love makes you feel invincible. She is going to then in turn give you the blessing of health, and your constitution score will increase by 2 to a maximum of 22, so long as you carry this blessing. And as a beautiful kiss of the moment, which feels like it goes on forever and not long enough at the same time, and her lips part from yours, she moves and her cheek touches yours, and she whispers in your ear, Candybus, and she says, Candybus, I give you this kiss, and with it a blessing, but with a warning. Should you be beaten, should you be defeated, that person will earn this blessing next from you.
Then I shall not be beaten for the rest of my days.
She pulls back and she smiles, very pleased. She says, you're right. Love can lift people up. Love can make them invincible. And I hope today I've given you invincibility, Candybus.
I feel invincible, Aphrodite.
Excellent. Well, I must go and speak with my husband and find that part of him that I will surely learn to love.
Be safe and trust yourself.
Wise words. You as well, Prince of Pythia. And she will leave, and you will part ways for the time being as she makes her way through the gardens with grace and poise. We are going to come over to you, Romulus, in a very starkly opposite place. See here if I've got a really good Hephaestus track ready to go. Perhaps not, but fear not. There's always something. We'll try this track. It's not very.
Far over the misty mountains go.
Wait. You find yourself in a very hot place, affrontingly hot, Romulus. Seemingly overnight, as he has just become a great Olympian, he has built for himself a forge, a foundry of grandeur. Now, this is a most unusual place, a place the likes of which you have never seen before. You've not spent much time in workshops, but here you find yourself. And in this place of Hephaestus, you are going to see much that you do not understand. You are going to see these. This is going to sound a little weird. You're going to see these maidens of gold, these women wrapped in metal that move with grace and poise, but are still seemingly like strong and skilled in the craft of the smith. They work away at many smelters, and they work with an efficiency that no man could in this great and hot place. They are just working, these strange like ladies who just look to be wrapped or made of metal, either or, and function in this place that is filled with lava and smithy and foundry and seem to work without end. Also, as you get closer, you are going to see 3 cyclopses working away on various materials, on things that you are dazzled by. One seems to be a cyclops holds with a great magical set of tongs a lightning bolt, and as he hits it with a hammer, there's a as he forges lightning bolts under tongue and hammer and anvil. Another one pulls out of a well of lava a blade, a magnificent blade of pure silver and radiant power, and hammers away with it with a hammer made of light. They're forging things that should not exist. And it almost, you can't really comprehend as these cyclopses work at their foundries. But up above it all, working at his own smithy with reverence, as if his tools, as if his anvil were an altar and his hammer were the tools by which he worships himself, his own craft. You see the smith god Hephaestus working away. He looks up over his anvil and sees you and goes, Who's there? Who comes now into my foundry?
Great Great Hephaestus. I am the demigod Romulos.
Sorry. He sort of furrows his brow at you and cocks an eyebrow. Says, what can I do for you, demigod Romulus?
Well, first, let me congratulate you on your new engagement.
Thank you. He's kind of he seems like on his guard. The more you compliment him, he's like, so what is it that you want?
Well, I did want to speak about a bit of the crafting that you do, but I'm sorry, it seems like you don't receive compliments often.
What gave it away? And he kind of uses the side of the hammer, like tap his lame leg. Was it the display in the throne room, or is it just my hideousness?
I do not measure people on their beauty or anything, really. What I
I'm sure
measure
that's very easy to do for a beautiful elf with golden hair. You want me to build you something? Why don't you just tell me what it is?
Well, I do have this item, and he'll pull out the blade and the hilt of his kapesh. I value it greatly, and well, it would seem that it did not stand to the rigors of combat.
You value this? I'm insulted it's even inside of my forge. Why do you value it? This is shitty craftsmanship even by human standards. Truly, someone must have made me angry to have forged this.
Indeed. So the only way to right this wrong is to let the god of craftsmanship himself fix this blunder of such.
You want me to repair that?
If you would be inclined.
He reaches over, like, with a set of tongs, divine tongs. And he, like, grasps the blade out of your hand and kind of, like, looks at it. And he goes, No, I won't. But I will turn this into something more worthy. This is barely considered a blade. I will turn it into something that could properly be called a blade. What is it about this that you actually like?
I suppose it is more of the message it represents.
The
Much
message.
like how a sickle or a reaper, if you will, sows the harvest. Well, in combat, I find it interesting to think of myself as harvesting those who are not worthy.
Uh-huh. He looks it over again. So is it that you're into farming or that you're into Kronos, my grandfather, the wielder of the adamantine sickle?
I did not know that piece of information.
He kind of drops the blade to kind of like the side, sort of uncaringly for it in its current state, not destroying it or smelting it, but kind of like almost like a little bit because it's so shittily done. He goes, "My grandfather Kronos wielded a sickle, as you pointed out, one made of adamantine that, well, literally cut the balls off my great grandfather."
Ah, quite an interesting family we have.
Is that the imagery you're going for with this?
I guess it is. It's more of my home, I suppose, or the visions I have had over the course of my life.
Why don't you tell me about your home, and I will make you a blade worthy of your home.
Okay.
Are you from a farming village?
Yes. I spent many years sowing the fields and protecting the livestock. But the dreams, the ones I would have in my adolescence, they made me feel as though I don't know the term. I think it is like a deja vu. But I just picture these black stone walls rising up as high as I can see. No sky. Just almost a mist, a fog. And looking past, I can see warriors, long forgotten, wielding all manner of weapons and telling stories, and I guess something to do with the reaping of souls.
Hmm.
And every
You
grain.
want a blade of the underworld. You want a blade that represents death. You want a blade that is the end.
Perhaps I do.
He thinks, he says, you want a sword. You want a sword that's like an above table. You want a long sword. You want like a long sword like weapon. Or do you want like a more of a rapier style? So this is Hephaestus, man. Like he'll make you something. So do you want a finesse weapon? Question 1. He says, do you fight with strength or agility?
I'm hoping to move into more of the strength category.
You want this to be wielded with just one hand or two?
One hand
or
is,
both?
I suppose it could be both. I do like to wield a shield.
Very well. Leave this with me for some time, and I will craft you something that is reminiscent of the end of life.
Very good. Thank you. How long have you I guess how long has this been your portfolio?
What do you mean?
I suppose it almost seemed today that when the other gods witnessed you approaching, that they did not expect you to be within the halls of the Olympians. I guess it just seems like a bit of a disservice to.
Do you want your blade or do you want to speak?
I do want my blade.
Well, then give me time to work on it.
Very well. Thank you.
And he, without much of another word, sort of picks up what's left of your blade and like throws it in a smelter to start melting it down to create something else, and goes back to what he was originally working on. And he will begin to craft you a blade tailored to who you are, how you fight, and what you desire to invoke when your blade is drawn.
Excellent. All right.
Okay.
And I'll give him a little, respectful bow, and then
he doesn't, and you give him like a respectful bow, and like he saw in his periphery, but he just ignores it and just continues to work. Okay, moving right along. Vasaliki, you were around in there. Are you with us? Did you want to do something?
Yeah, I'm here. No, I guess there's not really anything that I wanted.
Okay. Sure.
Check on your mom.
Yeah, check on your mom. But if you're just not feeling it, it's all good. I know you're a little under the weather today, so if you're not feeling it, it's okay. Whatever you want. Just want to give you an opportunity. Cool. Okay, we will head over to Candybus if there's nothing from you. Sweet. Or, sorry, we just did you, Candybus. I meant Xanthos. Sweet. So, Xanthos, where are you headed?
I'm going to try and find Hestia.
Yeah, okay. I'll tell you what, make me Might be an insight check to see if you can talk to folks and figure out where she might be.
Come on. 8.
8. You are like, yeah, kind of fittingly, I imagine. You're like, hey, do you know where Hestia is? And they're like, Hestia? Who's Hestia? And they like walk away and like, what's a Hestia? No, I haven't seen her. And people either don't really know who she is, or they don't really know where she is, or are interested to know where she is. And you're looking around. But you're gonna bump into her anyway. You kind of go back to your room to kind of like, I don't know, think about like, hey, where would she be? Just to like kind of like find yourself some sanctuary. And you find her in your room, folding some laundry. Allow me to give you a little description of what she looks like now that you see her in all of her humble glory. She's in your room. She seems to have like cleaned up the little place, like your bed's made, and she seems to be like folding some clothes from your bag and putting them into shelves. She clearly stands apart from any quarrels or ambitions that have taken place over the last 24 hours. She is modest. She is unassuming. She is in very plain but clean robes, and her hair is hidden beneath a simple veil of red, or like a deeper sort of rougey red, nothing violent in the color. Yet she seems to radiate warmth, and in her presence, your soul seems to feel warm and at peace. And it's the feeling of being at home with your kids sort of running around and your feet being warmed by the fireplace after a hard day's work. She seems to sort of bring this feeling to your heart. As she works, she goes, oh, where was that? And she kind of opens her palm, and a very delicate little flame will appear from her hand, her open palm that is steady and bright. And she kind of looks around with it as it holds fragile, sort of holds fragilely in her hand, and just, there it is. And she kind of closes her hand and finds what she was looking for, perhaps like a missing toga or something, and folds it and puts it down. She turns over and looks over to you with very kind, unflinching eyes, like your wife welcoming you home, or a friend and welcoming you to their house. Just sort of the kindness of a welcoming smile. And she looks over to you and says, hello, Xanthos. I haven't seen you in a very long time.
Xanthos is very quiet. This way, like, usually it's Xanthos. He does like the kind of, the warm presence, the one that kind of like makes it sets everyone at ease. But here, Xanthos looks. This is almost a deep sadness because he's reminded of like someone he's lost, like the feeling that she's like giving off is something that he remembers very fondly and hasn't felt it in a long time.
She sees that and she smiles and she says, I know. We'll get a seat by the fire. I'll cook us something.
You're a guest in my room. I feel I should be the one cooking for you, Lady Hestia.
No, your room is back in Macedonia. This is my room that I am loaning to you and to all the other demigods. This is my home, and so you are a guest. Now please, have a seat, warm yourself up, and maybe we'll have something to eat.
Very well. Thank you.
You find yourself sitting, and she is a gracious host, like you have done your best to be in your life and done so quite well. So much so that this god, comes over to you and helps you take off your boots, and seemingly out of nowhere produces a very small but nice little sort of snack of a meal for the middle of the day. A little bit of bread with some cheese and some grapes. It's just like a little, and this is very Greek. This sort of to have just like this little dish of food, this little snack in the middle of the day. And she kind of gives it to you, and she'll pour you like a very small glass of wine to wash it down with, and she'll sit next to you with the fire, very, very casually, very humbly, and it's deeply reminiscent as your time as an innkeeper, except the shoe's quite literally on the other foot. She sits down with her own small glass of wine and says, "How is heroism?"
It is unfamiliar. And, well, may still take some getting used to. I'm far more inclined to be the one serving food and drink to those around me. It warms my heart when they smile after taking a bite.
You mastered the craft of hospitality excellently. Very well.
And I have you to thank for that, for allowing me to do so. I remember the days building the tavern, the prayers night and day, that you would continue to protect me as I built what would become, well, the most precious thing I ever had, at least for a time until the children arrived.
You have the warmth of the hearth inside you, and I saw this the moment you decided to start building that in. You deserve the life that you built for yourself and your family. You always have.
And I am eternally grateful. It is why, when I first got here, before anything else, I thought I'd best see you first, out of respect for everything you've given me.
A great kindness. A great kindness you have paid me. Well, I will always look fondly on that inn and your family, even though you have turned your path from me. But we are always still old friends, aren't we?
I would hope so. I did not walk away easily, but just as I had had a safe haven with which to raise my family, I felt Pyros should have the same gift to raise his. Xanthi will be warm and happy there. And I, as the demigod, bear responsibility to those who will come after. As much as I prefer to be by the hearth, cooking and serving drinks, I have a greater role to play now.
And I wish you well on it. And when you've made your legend, I hope that before you are claimed by Hermes, we might meet again when you're in.
I would very much like that.
Well, unfortunately, I am seldom seen in the eyes of heroes. It is not the peace of the hearth that makes heroes great, unfortunately.
No, but I imagine most folk don't consider what lies at the end of the journey when all the heroism is done. When the monster is slayed and the swords are sheathed, where do the heroes go if not home?
Couldn't agree with you more. It's to the hearth makers where the heroes rest their heads. After all, the legends have been forged. And I will be very excited for the day that you rest yours back in that inn. Once your hero legend is forged. If you come out of it alive, of course.
Well, I don't plan to fall.
No one ever does. But just know on your travels as you go from city to city and you stop in inns and tavernas to rest your feet a while before traveling on to the next grand adventure or danger, know that maybe even just for the night, I'll still be there. The hearth of the inn. I will always be.
That gladdens me. It makes the future feel less uncertain. I'm still figuring out how I want to approach things. My father was, well, not quite what I thought he would be.
Your father, despite his grimness, I think he is one of the good gods. They all are. They all mean well in their own ways. But your father's more even than most of the gods. And between me and you, I think he's a very lonely god, which is why he has claimed a bride for himself. And he means to make a home for her in the underworld. He has already inquired with me many times about how to make her life joyful, even in the land of the dead. You should be proud of him, despite his failings. We all fail, even I do.
To be raised alone was hard and painful, but it's hard to hate him, to see him in that room. You're right. Loneliness. It seems to just leak out of him.
And it shall still, whenever his bride is gone. Hopefully she can make some children for him to keep him company down there in that lonely world that you couldn't stand for but a couple of years of your childhood. Imagine all of the centuries that he's had to endure the loneliness. I think I don't need to tell you that true hearth doesn't come from the fire. It comes from the warmth of those you make the fire with.
Indeed. But I'm here because I wish to secure a legacy that will make Xanthi and those who come after her able to spread out, stretch their wings, go wherever they wish to go within Greece and beyond. But for the descendants of Hades, that might be a tall order at present. But if there were tales of the son of Hades being a great hero, someone worthy of respect and admiration, then my descendants would benefit from such a legacy. As such, the favor of my father, as he so rightly pointed out, would only reinforce what we are. And I fear that it would drive my descendants underground instead, and they would never feel the light of the sun again.
Well, I am certainly not the goddess to talk to about glory and legacy and fame. I'm sure you'd be much better served by someone like Ares or Zeus in that conversation. The moment you stepped outside your door, I lost sight of you, Xanthos. And I do catch you in the firelights when you cook for your friends. I'm always there in the fire that you cook with.
Well, I would still value your insights. I feel that folk may get very caught up in the glamour of legacy and glory. and not necessarily what effect it will have on those around them and the world at large. And when the world changes, very often it is not how you it is not felt in great waves, but it is felt within the home. A room can grow quite cold when disaster is struck elsewhere, I can tell you now.
Well, I am sure you do not want my wisdom about heroism, because my wisdom will be very unheroic. I would simply say, go home, enjoy the warmth of family and friends, and the life that you have built for them, as inglorious and as stagnant as it is. Change invites more change. And I know that there are many gods on this mountain that would disagree with me, and I know you have made your own plan, and your heart is set on it. Well, I hope it goes well for you. And like I said, I'm sure there are many glorious gods on this mountain who might serve your plan better than I.
That is fair. I would like to share more moments like these as time goes on.
The road can be a lonely one, and I am very glad of you to have found a couple of people to keep the loneliness away. And I hope you'll continue to share the road with them.
They're good. Candybus is a little bit flamboyant, but he brings a certain energy that is infectious and joyful.
What better hearth and warmth than the warmth of a filled bed?
I do have one request. My son and my granddaughter. Might you please keep a little close eye on them? Pylos walked the road of glory before and came home with a family. The responsibility of running a tavern is a very different beast. And though he may make mistakes along the way, I would hate to see him feel defeated or overwhelmed by the responsibility.
I will watch, as I always will, that inn on the edge of nowhere, which invites the most interesting of people to have a sit there. I'll keep my eye out. But as I've always told you, or as I hope you've always known, as soon as someone sets their foot out the door and begins an adventure, even a small one, that's where my sight ends. But as long as he's in that inn, as long as he has the hearth of home, I will be there, just with anyone.
Thank you. Now I have a whole different kind of hospitality to get to. Can you believe Dionysus has invited me to a party of his?
I can actually. He loves mortals, he loves people, and well, you are good people. So good luck, and well, expect the unexpected.
I'll keep that in mind.
And as you put your boots back on and finish your plate of food and the last drop of wine, you leave. And you leave Pestia behind, as you already have, on the way to adventure. With that, we will close our session. Yeah, we'll close our session as it is 11:30. And yeah, when we come back, we will visit with these two little festivities that you have on your docket for today and begin making friends and possibly proving yourselves in different ways, your glories to your people you wish acknowledgement from. I hope you guys have enjoyed Olympus so far. Muted,
Yes.
brothers.
Good
Hell
session.
yeah, dog.
Good.